get out. Even when the astronaut said, look, there's nowhere to go. You can't leave the Earth.
So the etymology of the word vacuum means empty. And like everybody was kind of, especially Roof, was kind of dancing around that just by talking about gradient and then talking about some space. It's like the space you're talking about is a gradient. It's not an interstice. There's something happening here. There's no name for the space that you're trying to create. And then while I was like researching stuff, that's when I came up with that the flatline comment down there, because it's flat up there. But there's something else that let me scroll up and I posted right here. If I remove a fluid that a vessel is floating upon, it goes down. Draining upon will cause the boat floating in the middle to descend. 2. Things that are floating up can rise up beyond their medium prior to settling upon it. Underwater, fill a balloon or ball with air, release it, and watch it hop up above the surface, and then it's going to settle back level. So something descending before popping doesn't mean shit. Deep sea organisms have vacuoles, or however I probably pronounce that wrong, gas-filled spaces that remain compressed. When they're brought up to sea level, they're brought up to the surface, they literally explode due to decompression. Obviously, stuff that goes up is going to pretty much freaking explode when it decompresses and expands. It's kind of a no-duh thing. I don't understand what argument he was trying to place, because it's like...
Right. When there's no pressure up there, and you've got a pressurized vehicle, it's going to expand. It's going to blow up.
Yeah.
Period.
Any vessel. Yeah.
Like a person's suit, their suit they wear. It's got pressurized.
I wonder how far away they've got to go from Earth before an astronaut goes pop.
Yep, not very high. Yep. These are all things that actually can be demonstrated. These are things you can actually see happen.
Yeah. But people think that you can just pressurize the suit, but you have to have pressure from the outside as well. Otherwise, it's just going to keep expanding from the inside until pop.
Yeah.
They're not getting the funny though.
Think about it. Your body is pressurized. You got blood pressure.
Yeah.
It's going to expand as well. The body's going to turn into a red mist. It's going to go poof.
It's like Buzz said on Toy Story. Never open a spaceman's helmet on an uncharted planet. My eyeballs could have been sucked out of their sockets.
Yeah. I mean, these things are all demonstratable. You can actually show these things happening. They don't, but you can. There was a guy that was in a vacuum, one that had like 8-foot thick walls, and they started sucking the air of this vacuum, and he was in there for about 2 minutes. And he said he could feel the saliva on his tongue starting to boil.
Like bubbling.
Yeah, like bubbling.
Yeah. It was like turning, vaporizing. It was
expanding because it was, there's body pressure, blood pressure. And
my thought is it like in all likelihood on a lower, but not such an extreme level where it can just rip everything out, you would dehydrate. Like on that depressurized system like that where they've vacuumed everything, it would dehydrate somebody instantly. Like over pretty rapid, so you become a freaking piece of jerky. Yeah.
Yeah, the pressure didn't get down very low when they started pumping, out the air, and he passed out, fell over, and he damn near died. I think he was only in there for, I don't know, like 2 minutes.
Oof.
Yeah.
They probably had to rehydrate him and get him stabilized and a bunch of others. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep. It was a dangerous situation. Really bad. So You think a guy can do a spacewalk in what they call a near perfect vacuum in a pressurized suit?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Then how is an astronaut almost drowned?
The minute you exited the ship, if it was even there, which it's not, it would be instant poof.
How would you see bubbles up there anyway? Like there's videos with tons and like, how would you see bubbles up there?
Well, it's because it's done in a water tank.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about the cosmic space vacuum where there's nothing. How would there be bubbles up there then?
Well, obviously. You know, the Earth is held by water. The Earth doesn't hold water. Water holds the Earth. Water is above, water's below, and water's on the Earth.
Yeah.
It's all about the water.
Throughout.
There's pillars, there's a foundation, and the foundation and the pillars go down into what they call the Great Deep. And it says in the Bible, the Great Deep is frozen. Okay?
It was solid.
Pillars go into frozen ice. No wonder we're not moving. We're solid, not moving. Very, very, very still. Because the pillars go into frozen ice. It says right in the Bible, the Great Deep is frozen. The face of the Great Deep is frozen. So, pretty obvious what's going on. I mean, it makes so much more sense. The things it says in the Bible about the earth, how it takes shape like clay under a seal. Obviously. I mean, all this globe stuff's just, wow. Just don't understand how people can believe that it's a ball spinning in a vacuum. It violates everything you can imagine. Gas laws are violated. Second law, thermodynamics violation. I mean, it's all wrong. I mean, I just can't believe how people believe this stuff. It's crazy. I mean, you can prove these things. You can show, these things happening. It's just, I don't know, crazy. The indoctrination is so good. They've got everybody since the age of 2 or 3 being told, that we live on a ball covered with water, blah, 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 the whole thing. I mean, it's crazy. It's all impossible. Those things cannot happen. Just can't. Violates every natural law you can imagine. It's crazy. I just hope that someday people start waking up, start thinking about this stuff. You know, build a little vacuum and then start sucking the air out of it. What happens to water if you put it in a vacuum and start sucking the water or air out? What happens? The water starts to boil. There's no pressure, no barometric pressure on the water, holding it down, holding it, you know, in a liquid. And so you release the pressure and the water just starts boiling, bubbling, misting, turns to gas. I mean, you can demonstrate it in a lab. Build a little dome vacuum, start pumping the air out, put a glass of water in there. The water boils, turns to mist. So, what do you think? The water on the Earth, if it was in a vacuum, like they say, it would do the same thing. It would boil. It would just turn to mist. It's crazy. I don't understand how people believe all this stuff. Crazy. Maybe someday they'll start getting it. I don't know. There is no argument. The globe Earth has no argument at all. No argument, period. You can't argue anything. You can't argue, the water, nothing. You can't argue the ball flying through space in a vacuum. You can't argue the sun. A ball of gas in a vacuum. I mean, how did it coalesce in the beginning? When, you know what gas does? When gas collides with one another, what happens? Bounce off of one another. They go in separate directions. They don't hit each other and then, become solid or liquid. They don't. They bounce and move. That's what gas does every single time. And that can be demonstrated. You can see it, watch it. I don't know. There is no argument. The globe they don't have any argument at all. None. It's all a violation. Every bit of it. And I just don't understand how people buy into it. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. There is no argument, period. You don't have one. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm sorry, guys. You're not, do I sound like I'm talking bullshit? Anybody? Am I saying things that make no sense? Or do they make sense?
Well, I just came back in, so I didn't really hear everything, but
Well,
I
what you
think you're
did
good.
hear, excuse me?
No, I said I just came back in. I didn't hear everything you said earlier.
Well, what you did hear, what little bit you did hear, did it make sense?
Yeah, of course, it makes sense. The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And stationary.
Yep. And this flying through space at all these speeds. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen those piles of rocks? People stack them up in big, tall towers of rocks, and they never fall down. They never move. Why? Because they're still, very, very still.
Of course. Yep.
If theirs was spinning, moving, especially in an elliptical, because it changes because it's not a perfect circle. It changes. It's more and then less. It's just the rocks would tip over. Instantly.
No, definite. I agree with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much, evidence that shows that it's flat, motionless, and, and it's demonstrable. You can do it and see it right before your eyes. And everything the Globers say is just a story. You just talk and say this happens and that happens because of this and blah blah blah. Well, then show us.
They can't.
They can't
They can't.
because it's impossible.
You know, I do think that Ruhiv sooner or later he's gonna become a flat. It's gonna come to a point he gonna be like, he gonna realize everything. And even right now, he can admit it that they don't have nothing to show. There's no proof of the globe,
Yep.
But he still believe it, He still believe it. But sooner or later, I do think that Ruhiv, he's gonna become a flat earther. And
I
then he's
hope
gonna
so.
know that Earth is flat and stationary, and just like the rest of us.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, it's gonna happen sooner or later, And you know what? He loves talking to us. Maybe in the back of his mind that he thinks, oh, these flat earthers are crazy, are nut jobs, But then at the same time, in the back of his mind, he's like, maybe they are right, But he's still fighting with himself, But sooner or later, he's gonna come to realization that the Earth is flat and stationary. That all these, heliocentric model, which is made up, for whatever reasons. So I got a question for you, my friend. So who woke you up? Um, who woke you up to become a flat earther? It got to be somebody like, um, Eric Dubay, or was it ODD? Was David Wise?
Well, what happened was I heard about flat Earth, and so I went to the internet, of course, and started watching everything I could find. Eric Bay, Mark Sargent, everything. And within 24 hours, it was over. It all made sense. I just did a marathon, looked at everything I could find, and it all made sense. Just like the stuff we've been talking about tonight. You know what I mean? It made sense. It took like 24 hours. That was it. I just watched everything I could find, and it all made sense. And I went, wow, it is flat. It all makes sense.
I see. Well,
Perfect sense.
you are a better man than the rest of us. Well, for me, like it took me. Well, like it did make sense. But I always was trying to fight with myself. Like, no, it is flat, but no, it cannot be flat. And back and forth, back and forth, back and forth till I would say like a good 2 years,
Wow.
3 years, I would say. But yeah, and then I came to realization that oh my God, the Earth is stationary. It's not spinning. It's not flying through space.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you're taught these things from, the age of 3, and you believe these people, they're your parents, they're your teachers, they're people that are, you've, at that point, you've learned to trust. You trust that they're telling you the truth. And the thing of it is, they believed it themselves. So they sounded very convincing. You know what I mean? People just had no chance. Really. The indoctrination was so good, complete, that nobody had any reason to not believe them.
Yeah. The first time, when I learned in 7th grade, I was in Cambodia, and we learned about the solar system. We learned about the cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the stars, whatever. And like it didn't make sense to me because I thought the Earth was flat and just keep going. Well, I wouldn't say flat. I would say like, oh, the Earth just keep going. That's what I always thought. But then when I was learning it and get all this information, and it didn't make sense to me. But I was just, well, what do I know? I'm a kid. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to learn whatever that I gotta learn. Everybody else, they had everything figured out already. So I just kind of went along with it, and yeah, and it didn't make sense.
So
it did not make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we all believe it, But when I came to America, I went to school, I learned, I got into a lot of space stuff, the Cosmos show, some other show, anything has to do with space. Like I love it till I came, across flat Earth, and yeah.
Well,
it was
space stuff. It's intriguing. It's like, wow, look at this. All these stars and planets, and it's like it intrigues you. It like makes you think, wow, this is really cool. So it really it sinks in, and you don't have a chance to have another scenario like we have the truth.
Yeah.
It was never talked about. It was the only thing talked about was the globe, the stars, the vacuum, all this stuff. I mean, it's like, because it's like, wow, oh yeah, okay, that's cool. Oh
Yeah, I
man, I
mean,
want
it's a really cool
those.
story. It's a really
It
cool
is.
story, like about like it sounds amazing, to be honest.
It
Um,
does.
it sounds amazing. The planets and all that stuff, or aliens or whatever. It sounds amazing, to be honest. And I
Incredibly
see,
fantastic.
see, my favorite movie. It's about space. It's called Chronicle of Riddick. That's one of my favorite of all time about
Pretty
space.
badass movie.
It is a badass movie. But yeah, I still love the movie, but it's that whole space, bullshit or whatever. It's out the window. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good movie.
for a couple of menthols you can see in the dark.
Yeah. Oh, but I do have a question for you guys. So I guess the flat earthers on our side send the balloon with the camera, and I believe it was 120,000 feet, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And the sky looked dark. The sky looked dark. Like it's pretty crazy. You would expect to see a lot of star in the sky, but you don't see it. It seems like you can only see from certain altitude or from the ground, but when you get like that high, it's just dark.
Yep.
And I mean that's really that's it's a little crazy. You know what I mean? Because you would expect to see a lot of star, like you would see the sky brighten up everywhere, but it doesn't.
Yep.
And if anybody can answer my question, why do you think that? Like, why can't we see all the star? You would expect to see everything would lit up in the sky, but it doesn't happen. It's Sunday, so we can speculate. It's okay.
And we can do it anyway because nobody's, here. No Glovers.
Oh, cool. I was speculating.
Do what you want. That's where it's at.
So,
Anyway.
if giants were way tall, like mad tall, then they would be breathing in lighter gases. So if you had a giant, it'd be breathing in like helium. Then its voice would sound like a normal human, maybe. No, I'm kidding. When we quit.
I mean, talking about giants, have you guys ever heard about the skeleton they found in a lot in India? I seen a lot of I seen an article about it before. I think it was, I don't know how long, at least like 8 years ago, or before flat Earth, before I became a flat earther. I'd seen a bunch of article and also a bunch of picture. I mean, even if you go to Google right now, type in like, I think something like giant skeleton found in India. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that and they're huge. See, I can't post no picture in here, but you know what? Let me see. I just want to see what you guys think.
Bro,
Link.
just DM them to me and I can post them for you.
Okay. All right. Let me see.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Okay, thank you.
It's just so much more simple. It really is. It's just makes sense. It's simple. You don't have to have all these, stories and, you know, calculations to make things work. And it's just, math is, of course, math is a good thing. You can use it to build. You can use it to make engines. You can use it to build houses. You can use it for all kinds of things like that. But you cannot use it for things that you cannot touch and see.
Yeah.
You can't.
Kind of like reality is mathematical, but mathematics isn't reality.
Right. So what I'm saying is if you're trying to do math on atoms and things like ether and things like light, and these are all things that you can't touch. You don't know what they are. You don't have the ability to, like, you can reach up and touch the wood, the tree. You can reach, and then you can build a house with it. You can do the math, cut the sizes, put it together. So math is very valuable for those kinds of things. But you have to be able to touch and identify the things that you're using the math for. If you can't touch them, how do you know that it's actually happening? You don't, because it's not. We still don't know what atoms look like. Put it in the strongest electron microscope, and all they see is this fuzzy ball of things that's moving. It's like a motion, but you can't tell what it is. You can't say that it's neutrons, electrons, protons, all these different things that they say they are, because how do you know? You can't see it. You cannot touch it in this, in that form, like in that small of a form. You just can't. And so you can't, you can math all this stuff, but what you're building with this math is just a fantasy. You're building something that, if what you're saying is true, if these atoms were protons, and if they were electrons, if they were these things that they say they are, then you could build with that too. You could build subatomically and create things that are much smaller and have a different purpose. Trees and dirt and rocks and all this stuff, you can touch this stuff. You can put it in a microscope and look at it. And then you can cut it, measure it, put it together, combine it, and build houses, roads, whatever. But if you can't touch it and see it, all you got is math. It's a made-up story. So what you're doing is making up a story about atoms that do this and electrons that do that, and then you're trying to say that they are doing this other thing or whatever, but you don't know because you can't see it. You can't touch it. You don't know. You got these numbers that say, you can add 2 electrons and then you got 4. Okay. On paper that works, but where are they? Where are they?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like you can reach up and hold it in your hand. It's just fantasy, So, as long as you can feel it and touch it, it's part of reality. It's part of the world where you can touch it, feel it, be part of it. And yeah, you can map the shit out of it with a car, with metal that you can derive from the earth. You can build houses from trees that grow on the earth because you can touch these things. You can use the math to size them, put them together, and build things. But all this other stuff, where is it? You say they exist, but where? I mean, the table might be made of some kind of substance. Obviously, it is solid. You can touch it, you can feel it. But is it atoms? Who knows? You can't see what it is. You can put it in the strongest microscope made and look at it, and you can't tell what it is. You just can't tell. But when you have it in mass quantity, like a tree or a rock or whatever, you can take this rock and cut it in a square, then take another one, cut it in a square, or take concrete and pour squares, and then stack them together and build things. With things that you can't touch, see, feel, or you don't even know if they're, what they look like for sure, you can't do anything with them. You can do math that says that you might be able to, that they might be doing this or that or whatever, but there's no way to prove it. You can't touch it. You can't see it. You don't know what it is. You don't know what these things are. You don't know what an atom is. You don't know what it's made of. You know that a tree is made of wood. Is it atoms that make up wood? Who knows? What is it? You can touch the wood, but when you go subatomic, you can't touch it. You don't see it. You don't know what it is. So you can just make up stories and build things out of it with stories. That's all you can do. But where are they? When you get done building it with math, it's all done. Where does it exist? On the paper, with the numbers. That's all it is. It's just the numbers. It's just the numbers on the paper. And it's not something you can say, oh, look, I built this thing. The numbers say it's real. Well, then make it. Put it together and show it. You can't. You can't even see it, let them know what it is. It's ridiculous. You can math all these things, but you can't see them. You can't touch them. The stars, moon, everything in the cosmos. You can't touch them. You don't know what they are. But you go up there and actually get to that area and have some way to exist there, be there, have a suit to protect you to be there. Maybe you take this star and grab it with your hand or feel it and actually see what it is. But all we got is a telescope, and we see this light in the sky. We don't even know what the fuck it is. Where's the light coming from? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Can't touch it. We just don't know. So to try and say that it's this or that, and it does this or that, how do you
Gas
know?
ball, terraformer.
How do you know? You had it in your hand. Have you been there? Have you stood on it? Have you been there? Have you got a chunk of it and say, "Oh yeah, it is gas"? No, no one's ever done that. It's all just math. It's on paper. That's the only place these things exist. They say they are. Now, what they really are, we have to go and hold them in our hand, experience them. Yeah, it's to be part of our reality. We have to experience holding and using these things for whatever they can be used for by man, and then we'd have some understanding of what they are. You can't touch them, or you don't even know what the frick they are. You guess you can make a story up about what it is on math. These atoms stick to these atoms, and this makes this, and this makes this compound. How do you know that? Have you done that other than on paper? No. So it's just a story. And I'll bet money that whatever's on that paper is not what you're looking at in the sky. It's just not. So
They see a glowy space bubble looking thing and say, "Oh, it's a planet," and there's all of these things. They start making up a bunch of weird fantasy things for that realm. Yeah, it probably rains diamonds and stuff, and yeah.
See, flat Earth is so complex that, like, if anybody never heard of a flat Earth before or our explanation, you can't explain to them just maybe one or two things. They can never understand. They need to actually look into it and actually pay attention to what's going on, and also learn about the globe Earth at the same time to be able to.
That's the thing. The flat Earth, you can go out and experience. You can stand on it. You can touch it. You can feel it. You can fly over it. You can do all these things. But the globe Earth, can you do those things with it? Who's done it? Who's flown a plane over the globe Earth? Nobody. Because it doesn't exist.
Nope.
You know what I mean? I mean, the whole thing is just crazy. Reality and the things you can experience are the things that are real. If you can't go out and touch it, feel it, be part of it, experience it, it's just a story. Or it's something you can see, but you don't know what it is because you can't touch it. You can't experience it. You can't be in its realm. You can't be part of what it's doing. You can't go to the stars and interact with them. If you could, you might understand a little bit more. You might understand something about them. But until you can do that, it's just guesswork. It's just on paper. And I'll bet money that whatever's on that paper is not what's in that sky. It's just not. I don't think we're that smart. So, all I can say, guys, is that you can experience it, touch it, part of it. You can know about it. If you can't do those things, you can't know anything else. You can just look at it and go, "Oh, that's pretty." Stars are. There are things that the stars do for us. It's a clock. It tells us about seasons, and summer solstice, the winter solstice. These are things that happen cyclical every year at the same time. We know this because we've, documented it. And so we know that on this day, the same thing's going to happen that happened last year. We know those things about them, but we don't know what they are. We know what they do. We know what they do for us. They give us seasons and when to plant our crops and various different things. So the stars do have value and they do have knowledge that we draw from them, but it's not physical. It's an experience that you experience the light, you experience the heat, you experience the season, you experience, those things, and they happen every year, time after time. So those things, are reality. But what they are, nobody's going to tell me what those things are. Nobody's been up there. Nobody's touched them. Nobody can go up and bring a star to the earth and observe it and say, oh, look, I got a star here. Let's figure out what this thing is. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. Until that does happen, the only thing you're going to know is that what you experience from them. Like I said, the amount of light that day, the amount of heat, the season, that part of that day that you're experiencing. You have to experience the things in reality, and the experience that you have is the understanding you have. Anything other than that, you don't have understanding. You don't understand what they are. You don't understand how they do what they do, how they rotate, what holds them up there, how they, rotate around Polaris and all that stuff. We don't know how that happens, but we know that it does because we can experience that part. We can see it year after year. And so, people just have to keep this whole scenario, it's got to be experienced. And the things you're going to know are the things that it teaches you, the things that you learn from it, the things that affect your life. Like the seasons, it's going to get cold, it's going to snow, so you better have something warm to live in. These are all things that you've learned because the sun has moved, and, on its circuit this time of year. It's going to be cold, so we better buy a new coat, better buy some boots, or you're going to freeze your feet off. So yeah, we have learned things from these objects, but we don't know what they are or how they do what they do. We just don't. But we do know those things about it because we have the experience that they've given us. I just think people need to keep things more real in that realm. You know what I mean? The things that you experience with reality are the things you're going to know. And those things are truth. That's the star is going to be in that location every year at that day. You know that because it's been documented over and over and over for thousands of years, or for a couple thousand years at least. So you know these things. Oh, that's what you know about those stars. What other than that, you don't know shit. So I just don't get how people can say they know things about something that they haven't experienced. Not learned anything. You're not going to learn anything from Adam or what you think it's doing what's it doing for you? What experience are you gaining from trying to figure out those things? Nothing. There's no experience there. It's a bunch of numbers on paper that mean nothing. So, it's all about experiencing reality. It's what it is. But experiencing life, you know, you have to experience things to know anything about them. That's all there is to it. If you can't experience it, you ain't gonna know shit. And other than the experience that they give you, like the stars do, they give you seasons, give you weather, they give you light, they give you all those things you experience. So those are the things you know. It's real simple. I don't understand how people don't get it. It really is quite simple. It's all about what you experience and the things you learn from that experience. That's our knowledge.
Yep.
So when people start talking about all these numbers and saying that the stars are doing this, like Rohit saying that there's these layers of this and that, and this up there, he doesn't know that.
No, he doesn't know that.
He doesn't know any of that.
He just believe it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if he believes it. He just comes up with these numbers and math and calculations and thinks for some reason he can look up there and say, I just figure out what's up there. No, you didn't. You got to experience it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's crazy. Anyway,
But
I'm going to go to bed, guys. Thanks for letting me rant.
no, it's cool. I mean, it was a pleasure listening to you.
Night, man.
All right. I'll enlighten some people.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank
God
you,
bless.
everybody.
You too.
God bless all of you too. Man, I love this server. I love you guys. So I'll be around.
I love
Wait,
all
one
my
thing real quick
Indigenous
before you
people.
go. How are the skies there?
Excuse me?
How are the skies? Are they clear?
Here in Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, tonight. It's clear skies. Yep.
Okay.
Nice and warm. Nice summer night. It's 74 degrees. No wind. No rain. No clouds. Yep.
Nice.
Nice night tonight. All right, guys. Have a good
Thanks.
night.
You too.
Yep. Thanks for letting me rant.
No, it's all good.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Good night,
God
everyone.
bless.
Good morning, everyone. So, we have an interesting question. What's the point of making someone aware of Flat Earth? So, your angle. The point of making people aware of Flat Earth is not Flat Earth itself. It's about self-responsibility. If you make people aware that they are responsible for their own knowledge and are capable of acquiring their own knowledge, they will be less hesitant to do that. Not just for Flat Earth, but for every other topic in the world. Because it's simple to acquire your own knowledge. Flat Earth is an easy step to acquiring as knowledge. If you can teach people how to measure the Earth, then all the other things that you might want to teach to those people do not seem as far-fetched or impossible to them, because now they have done their first step in taking personal responsibility, because they have measured the Earth. That's basically it. It's personal responsibility. Nothing more, nothing less. It's the most important thing in your life.
I'd also say it's personal honesty, being honest with yourself.
Yes.
Admitting what you know and what you don't know, and not pretending to know what you don't know.
And you don't have to appeal to authority anymore. Because now you get, by doing a flat Earth test or a globe test or, observation or a curve measurement, you realize you can control your own narrative, your own life. You don't have to rely on what people say who went to space. You don't have to rely on what scientists say. You don't have to assume that they are correct or they are false. No, you can know whether they are correct or false. Because you can test this for yourself. And you can test a lot of other things for yourself. But people see big blocks of stone in the way. Because people say, oh, you need a degree for that, or you need a PhD for that, or you need whatever credentials to do something. No, a human is free to do whatever they want. And testing the Earth is one of the easiest things to do. That's why it's important, because it gives people incentive to do more than just Earth.
Yeah, and the good thing about measuring the Earth is the Earth's not going to lie to you. If you measure it, it'll prove to be whatever it actually is.
If you don't understand why this is important, then, why did you post accusations of someone about a medical issue? That's not important if it comes from you, because no one can verify that shit, not even you.
I know what you're talking about. I didn't post anything medical. I do know why it's important. I was just wondering what your thoughts were. That's all. Big deal.
I'd say that it's foundational, but not salvational inherently, because even wicked people can know that the Earth is flat, and good people can be ignorant of it.
Yeah,
but it's still important. Okay, I had said Nimrod was a flat earther. Dude was not a very good guy.
No, but Nimrod was the name of the dog of my grandparents, and that was a great dog.
And the dog was probably way better than the dude, yeah, because
Yeah. yeah.
it did do what it do.
But the importance is that you give people self-confidence. You can give people self-confidence by teaching them methods, teaching them skills. You
A
cannot.
lot of, I think I made a realization too that a lot of folks as children were kind of beat down mentally by their parents. Just respect my authority, and now they have to submit to some kind of. They have to appeal to some sort of authority because they don't believe that they're intelligent enough to figure things out on their own. They were never raised to think on their own. They were raised to obey.
And the same thing happens in schools.
Yeah, obey or you get punished, and that's not logical.
When you teach someone skills. When you teach someone information, you're indoctrinating someone. If you teach them skills, if you show them how to work the tools, if you give them practice with the tools, you're teaching them. The moment you say, oh, with a lathe you can make this and that, you're just telling them information which they do not know how to apply. If you let them play with the lathe, then they can make whatever they want in time because they know how to use the thing because of experience. If you take away the experience, it's just empty rhetoric. It's just empty words. And that's why, Flat Earth and making people aware of Flat Earth, it's not about the world is flat and it's not a globe. No, it's about we measured it, and you can do that too. You don't have to be told what it is. That's the message.
I think a lot of people think that sounds too much like work or homework, and they just refute, they'll rebel against that too. If we suggest, hey, you can go out and test things for yourself. Well, that sounds like homework, and I'm not going to do that. It's weird.
Yeah, but if they don't want to, then they don't want to, but at least you tried.
Yeah. Well, also, it's embraced in the media. You have all these different cartoons and shows where the kids are kind of like, oh man, school sucks, and blah, blah, blah. Same thing with vegetables, too. Like, ew, broccoli. And so people get this bias without ever actually understanding what's truly going on there. Basically saying that healthy foods are nasty and education is stupid. What is that? It's more fun to just eat a bunch of candy and play video games like that.
Yo, no pro, if you have a mic, speak up.
You said you had a measurement of flat. What measurement would that be?
That would be the water surface around my area.
Right, but you're saying it looks flat, or you measured it?
No, I measured it flat.
Okay, what's the measurement? What did you do?
I did measurements on the surface of water looking for curve.
Okay.
So I compared the surface of water compared to the globe model.
Okay.
And I checked on the measurements of the waterworks that are in my area. I live in the Netherlands, so we have a lot of waterworks like dikes and dams and levees. And they are all laid out flat. Everything is leveled. Everything is flat. There is not one that follows the curve of the Earth as given in the globe model.
Your measurement of flat was checking to see whether the globe model made the correct prediction.
Curvature drop.
That is the basic premise of Flat Earth. You check if the globe model is correct.
Okay. I would say you're an anti-glober then, rather than a flat earther.
No, I'm a flat earther because I measured the surface of the waters around me, and 72% of the Earth as known is surface or water surface. Therefore, if the water surface is flat and the properties of water are, generally equal across the world, not changing drastically, the world has to be flat for 72%, because 72% is water surface.
Do you want to present your observation?
I don't
If you
have
want
to.
Yeah, I don't have to. I'm asking, do you want to?
No, I actually don't have any presentation of my observations.
It's cool.
Hey,
I'm not
Ruva.
going to push you to do it. Just asking if you want to.
No, I have a few observations, but I don't have them like to share because most of the shit I do on the fly. Because back in school, way back in the 80s, I got taught something very important, namely that the surface of water, when at rest, is flat and level. We measured that at school. I know schools these days don't do practical shit. Back in my day, we measured it.
How old are you?
I am 45.
Okay.
Back in my day, we used to measure things.
Turning 45 as well in September.
Oh, fair dinkum. That's me as well, you're turned 45 in September.
So, the globe people have to explain why they deny the science of fluid dynamics or hydrodynamics, because they apply flat surfaces for bodies of water at rest.
Sea
What's that?
level.
Like who says that the surface of water is flat?
That's a science. That is science. I don't know if you understand what hydrodynamics and fluid dynamics entails, but
I do. Yeah.
they state that water at rest with a large surface area presents a flat and level surface area.
I'll add to that. In containment, it finds its level.
I would say hydrodynamics would say that fluids react to the forces upon them and will reach equilibrium.
Yes, and now you have to now you have to demonstrate that one is not in contradiction to the one we apply. Because I agree upon the fact that the surface of water reacts to the forces enacted upon it. Yes. But we're talking about water at rest, meaning there is an equilibrium between the forces.
Yep.
So, to have a globe curve, you can call me an anti-glober in that respect. You have to present that air pressure or, gravity. But first you have to present gravity as a factual thing. Second, you have to show that air pressure is allowing the curve of the Earth for the water surface.
Air pressure? What is the water?
Water is a fluid. Air is a mixture of gas and fluids and solid particles, even plasmas. So you're taking assumptions for a globe that when water is at rest, it has to curve. Otherwise, yes, it is an assumption because you never measured it.
I've measured drop personally.
No, you never did.
Well,
there's no
consistent. I've never spoken to you, so I don't know how you know what I have and have not done.
Where do you see it on Earth that water curves, bro?
There is no curving water that conforms to the globe model.
That's your assertion, right? And if you don't seem keen to have
that's factual because of the amount of long distance observations done.
Do you want to present a long distance observation?
Sure, go look at an ocean, dude. Take a trip out to the ocean and there you go.
Okay. You can scroll down. The fact is, for water to curve, you have to demonstrate gravity, you have to demonstrate the allowance of air pressure to facilitate the other side of the force. Because you as a glober, you have gravity that would shape spherical things in space. And because we're in that spherical thing. If you pretend to be on a globe, then the air is still pushing on the surface of the water. So gravity and the air pressure have to make that curve. Now, please demonstrate.
So gravity, first of all, mass attracting mass is an empirical fact that happens. If you have a second,
What is mass? What is mass?
the amount of stuff in an object.
No,
Stuff.
mass in classical terms is the atom. Atoms which attract atoms do that through electron interactions. So you're claiming that gravity is electron based, which makes it
Made that clear.
electromagnetic, and that doesn't mean that it creates a sphere.
Okay, I'll start again. Mass attracting mass is an empirical fact that's been demonstrated.
Talking about water
Secondly,
here.
No, again,
Secondly, objects in a vacuum chamber fall down. I don't care what you want to call that acceleration. It doesn't matter what it's from.
you ignore the fact that mass equals atom, equals electron, equals electrostatics, electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Anything electron based. So if you drop something in a vacuum chamber, the amount of atoms, the electromagnetic force of the Earth, the amount of atoms that you drop something above will pull that thing. But that's electric. That's based on electrons. That's mass. That has nothing to do with gravity. No, that's nothing to do with gravity. You make gravity something different because you need it to form spheres.
I don't care what you attribute.
You need it to form spheres. Therefore, you need to prove the sphere.
Let me know when you finished.
You need to prove the sphere to claim gravity. You cannot prove that sphere. You have no sphere. There is no measurement of sphere. There is no measurement of radius. There is no measurement of curve on water surfaces.
Have you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. But
okay, cool. Have you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't care what you attribute that downward acceleration to. The fact is that it exists.
No, the fact is that you ignore the mechanism, and the mechanism that you attributed it to, gravity, is only there to explain why things form in a sphere in space.
So
I'm not making that claim here.
No, you did. You call it gravity. You call it gravity.
And then I said to you quite clearly, I don't care what you attribute it to. We all agree there was a downward acceleration. Do we not?
Yeah, but that doesn't... You called it gravity. Gravity is only there to explain why spheres form in space. It has nothing to do with falling. Nothing. Because A, you cannot produce a vacuum on Earth that is sufficient to be called a vacuum. So you're always dropping something in a medium. So you always have...
brought up to keep water down. Is that why this is going on? Because we were talking about water. So is this what we're relating to, water being held down? Is that what I'm getting out of this?
For the fourth time, I don't make a claim that gravity is why the Earth is a sphere.
I'm
literally halfway through a sentence. Literally halfway through.
That is your issue, because gravity only exists to explain the sphere, not explain falling things. That is not what gravity was made for. You don't understand your own fucking history. Gravity was there to explain spheres in space, not things falling down, because everything we experience on Earth falling down is a lack of buoyancy. Because we are not capable of creating a perfect vacuum. We are not capable of making a space, a medium free space. So
We were talking about water.
Yeah, we were. Right. I do not make the claim and have never made the claim that the Earth is a sphere because of gravity. So don't put that argument onto me. Thank you.
No, you use gravity, and gravity is the explanation why Earth is a sphere. There is no other explanation for gravity.
I do not make that argument. Do not put that argument
he did
on
not mention
me.
gravity.
He did mention gravity.
I did, and I said all I use it for is there is an acceleration down, and I was very clear 5 times. I don't care what anyone else attributes that acceleration to, electrostatics, whatever. I don't care. We have an acceleration down. The end.
No, you have an acceleration based on the mechanism.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You cannot have an isolated mechanism.
I will say that that's not contributing to the water stain place. I would say that it's water contained is its own force against itself. So
yeah, but if you
have water,
if you remove the air pressure from the water, water would stop being at rest. It would evaporate and turn into a gas or
a container.
Yeah. It's contained by the air. It's being pressed down, basically. He calls it a downward acceleration.
What it's contained in is its force, its pressure, its gradient.
Yeah, and the moment he said gravity, he immediately implies, because gravity is only used for spherical objects in space. That's the reason what gravity is. So when he says gravity, he automatically involves the ball.
I didn't hear him say gravity, though.
Yeah, he said in the beginning.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of salt water out there.
Very conductive salt water.
Yeah. Hey, that's interesting too. You can do that yourself too. You get a glass of water and you put some salt in it, right? You can get a battery, LED battery, and you ground one out and whatnot. But anyhow, then you go to put it won't light with regular water. You put salt in it, and boom, it'll light up. Automatic battery. Interesting.
Yeah, and if you drink salt water, you bring back electrolytes into your body, which helps you stay hydrated and healthy.
Mm-hmm. Where did that gentleman go?
He's still in the room.
Oh, well, I was curious where he was going with all this.
Oh, I can't remember the first fucking thing we talked about. What was it?
It was about
water. Water conforming to the shape, yes.
Water.
Yeah. So water will conform to the shape. Whatever that shape is.
Yes, well, not necessarily shape, it's container, but yeah.
Sure.
Well, or containment, I should say, containment.
Hey.
Didn't they do measurements with water drops? And where was that in history? Here.
Hey, one big pond is here. Now I can respond to you.
Cecile drop technique.
What?
By measurements of drops of water. And of course, it starts with a level ground.
Anyway, can I address one big pond?
Huh?
Yes, I accept that gravity is what they say it is. It's not an argument that I make. Can you understand the difference between those?
Say that again?
The
I
point
accept.
is... Go ahead.
Yeah, I accept that gravity is what they say it is, right? But I don't make the argument.
Hey.
I don't argue it.
Who's they?
Oh, the scientific consensus on gravity.
U.S. government? Federal
Scientists.
government? The federal government.
Mass attracting mass hasn't been accepted
I'm
since
just curious.
1914.
Oh, I'm curious what they mean.
Yes,
So
yes,
they
it
talk
has.
about the federal government, right?
Not talking about your federal government. I'm talking the world scientific consensus. Not all scientists are government employed either.
So if you're going to talk about real scientists, they don't. So you got to decipher which one we're talking about here, because there's pseudoscience and then there's natural real science. So you got to figure that one out when you're talking about, when you say they, you're not really giving us a clear message here.
Yeah, the scientific consensus.
The only scientists that count are the ones that are paid for, aren't they?
The only scientific consensus that there is the fall speed of air. When you drop something in air, it gets an acceleration. That's the consensus. There's no consensus on a mechanism or a root cause. Let
I'm
alone...
pretty sure there's consensus on relativity, or a reasonable consensus at least.
Yes, we all agree within our fucking story. This is the fucking reason why. Everybody say together with three cheers. Hip hip hooray for gravity. Ruif, which gravity are you talking about, mate?
Yeah, relativity. Did you miss the first part though? You may not have been here.
Yeah, I've been here for 5 minutes. Which part of
Okay.
gravity? Which gravity are you talking about?
Relativity, yeah.
No, you
Yes.
were talking mass attracting mass.
Yeah, mass does attract mass. That's an empirical fact.
An empirical fact. Is
Yes.
gas mass?
Yes.
Awesome. Can you show me gas attracting gas?
Probably not. That's not how I would demonstrate mass
So it's not
attracting mass.
empirical, then, is it? I've got some mass and it's not attracting shit. That's not
Well,
empirical.
that's
I'll tell you
as I said.
what. I'll drop one down for you. Can you show me a big rock that isn't gas? Can you show me a big rock attracting gas, as in directly straight to it, not moving around freely and randomly in all directions? Can you show me gas being attracted to a rock because it is big?
I would point to the atmosphere, but I would demonstrate it by demonstrating mass attracting mass. I wouldn't use gas to demonstrate that.
No, because gravity is just one vector downwards and gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Right.
I asked you to show me, first of all, gas attracting gas. Now, that's
Right.
stupid.
Facts.
We know, finish, sunshine. We know gas attracting gas is stupid, don't we? Because gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions. Then I asked you to show me a big thing, a rock, don't give a fuck what it is, a big thing of matter, attracting gas to it. Not watching the gas move freely and randomly in all directions. I've got a big thing, and look, here comes the gas because it's attracted to it. As in, make it turn direction. You can't do that, Ruhif. You're just going to point to the atmosphere and reify your fucking story because of consensus.
Non-sequitur fallacy.
Anyway, I would say using gas to demonstrate. Didn't you just get at me for interrupting you?
keep using non sequitur fallacies, though. It doesn't make
I'm 4 words in, I'm 4 words in.
Yeah, I was just
4 words
fucking
in.
mocking. Yeah. I'll let you get to
Okay.
10. I just want you to know I was fucking mocking you.
Okay. I wouldn't use gas to demonstrate mass attracting mass.
No, of course you wouldn't. It'd be stupid, wouldn't it?
Right. Do you know why? Why do you think it's stupid to do that?
Because gas doesn't attract gas, does it?
No, it's because gas
freely randomly in all
particles.
directions. So the next step is, can you
Right,
show
you did it. You got
gas
it.
being attracted by anything, which you can't.
You got it. Gas moves all directions, 500 meters a second. That would be really hard to demonstrate, to control for that, wouldn't it? Really hard. That's why I wouldn't use it. Well done.
Yeah, exactly. So observably, when we're trying to figure out a fucking phenomena to assert that gravity's doing anything, then, well, it's not the phenomena of gas, is it? Because gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. It's not attracted to the Earth as in a vector downwards, right? So, so whenever you say gravity is the thing that is keeping the gas from dispersing into the vacuum of space, I'm just going to keep pointing that out.
Nor does gas
You're
clump
asking for a shit
together.
demonstration. Right.
Gas does not clump together. So gas,
What do you mean?
as a molecule or an atom, is mass. So mass attracting mass doesn't work, because then gas would clump together and form a fluid and then a solid. It doesn't do that. It does the opposite. It does the opposite of what you are claiming. Mass attracting mass.
Actually, what he's claiming is what I was
Why would it
trying
form a
to
solid?
in the beginning, is that he said that he believes in what they say gravity is, and I was get to the point
Yes.
of who they were and where his premises was coming from, because there's pseudoscience and then there's natural reality science.
Yeah,
and he's
but
saying he believes in the pseudoscience.
I am not talking to they. I'm talking to him.
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to him too.
Yeah,
I don't argue relativity or space-time curvature. I believe it, but I don't argue it.
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
yeah, but if you don't argue it, how can you use it?
I don't.
You
I don't
did.
use it.
You did.
I don't use it. I don't use space-time curvature. I've been very clear. We
Just
all
destroyed
accept that there is a downward acceleration, correct? We all accept there's a downward acceleration. That's all that I use.
No, I don't accept that, because sneakily within that statement, sneakily within that statement, you didn't say all things. All things don't accelerate downwards to the floor at whatever the rate is. Can't remember, it's too early in the morning. Because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. When you drop things in a vacuum chamber, there you go, you can calculate the rate of those things of matter. But you let gas disperse freely and randomly in all directions, so it's not a fucking vacuum container anymore. It's a chamber full of gas. So no, I don't concede that all things drop at this rate, you idiot.
All things accelerate downwards. They don't drop
But
it.
they don't. So the
they
gas
do.
is accelerating downwards. It's accelerating in all directions, upwards as well, right?
No, it's
the rate that you
moving.
said earlier.
Moving in all directions, not accelerating in all directions. Moving in all directions.
But hold on. It has elastic collision, so when it collides with something, it fucking accelerates off in a random direction, you fool.
Yeah. But a single gas particle is moving.
Yeah, Jedi, yeah.
Right.
And a single gas particle is still mass.
Yes, and it's moving in a direction, but it is accelerating downwards.
How can it move in an opposite direction and accelerating at the same
Fucking hell,
time?
man.
This is basic physics, maniac. This is like literally my 14-year-old can understand this.
Listen, elastic collision, so it hits the floor and accelerates off the floor. It gets faster, elastic collisions. You understand how gas works, don't you?
Yes.
So it hits the floor and accelerates away from the Earth. It's the first thing it fucking does when it's produced within the biological and chemical fucking cycles upon the Earth. Is its first instinct is to move away from the thing that you're saying is attracting it to it. You fool.
All right, let's address Maniac. Maniac said, how is it accelerating downwards when it's moving upwards? Do you understand very basic physics? Did you do physics at school?
Is the Earth coming up to meet it, like Einstein suggests? Elevator.
We're just doing straight Newtonian mechanics.
No, you're not doing straight Newtonian shit. You don't do anything. You just utter words. Because if gravity is enacted upon the floor, it's moving down at the same rate as the gas particle is attracted to the floor. So those two cancel each other out. You don't have that acceleration anymore when it's going up.
Oh, geez. Okay. So you said a minute ago, how is something moving up but accelerating down? Was that the question?
That is your premise.
Yeah. Do you accept that?
No,
things can
of course
move
not.
Up? Okay. All right. So, I have a question for you.
That's idiotic.
Okay. Let's talk through it. Let's talk through it. Okay. I've crouched down and I've jumped up. Okay. I've crouched and jumped. Right? As soon as I leave the ground, which direction is my velocity in? Which direction is my movement in?
It's irrelevant. It means nothing.
It's up.
This is up.
It's away from the ground. So you're moving away from the ground.
Okay, which way is my acceleration? Which direction am I accelerating in?
Still
I've
up.
left.
Still
no, I've left the ground.
You're still going away from the surface.
That's my movement.
That's my movement. Accelerate downwards once you reach the apogee of your jump, and you go downwards.
No.
Yes.
No, this is basic stuff.
No, because the medium around you is moving in the same direction that you claim. So it cancels each other. I told you cannot jump in a vacuum because you cannot produce a vacuum. You're still in a medium. It's a very thin medium, but it's still a medium. You don't want to talk the mechanics. You don't want to talk shit. You just want to talk bullshit rhetoric. Nothing more. Because you ignore the fact that you jump in a medium that has the same downwards acceleration that you claim. So your downwards acceleration next to that medium acceleration, downward, cancels each other out. So you now have the fall speed of air, nothing more. Because if you were to jump in water, you have a different fall speed, a different acceleration, because it's the medium of water you try to jump in.
I've jumped in the air. I've left the ground. Let's say my velocity is 2 meters per second upwards. When I reach the top, like what you called it, the apogee a minute ago, that's 0 meters per second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, which direction is the acceleration? If I'm going from 2 to 0, which direction is the acceleration?
There is no acceleration. That's the point, because the medium is in the same acceleration as you, so you cancel each other out. The acceleration comes only after you are being forced down again by air pressure, or your weight, or your lack of buoyancy.
Jumping goes up.
This is really basic physics, dude. Really basic physics.
There's nothing to. It does nothing. Proves nothing. I don't know where you're even going with.
Just simple idea of moving up. Like the velocity is up, the acceleration is down.
Great.
Okay, you kicked your legs and you moved up. Now what? How does this work gravity?
We're just trying to establish some basic physics.
The basic physics is that what you claim only applies for spheres in the universe. Because everything else has to do with buoyancy. You can cancel gravity out in buoyancy. There is no gravity needed in buoyancy.
Buoyancy requires the downward acceleration.
No.
How do you think you calculate it?
Gravity doesn't have memory.
Buoyancy requires
to calculate the buoyant force. You require gravity.
Do things
the medium
fall straight downwards on your Earth?
Oops, hang on.
Literally idiocracy when you're talking about this, dude.
This is really fundamental, simple physics. Really.
Fundamental or not, it makes no premise on what you're talking about.
It is mental. It is mental physics. It has no relation in reality because you need a globe to have the downward acceleration. You don't have a globe to claim that downwards acceleration, because the downward acceleration is dependent on the medium it's happening in.
It's his belief. He said that in the beginning. That's his belief.
It's not my belief that you can have something moving like velocity up and acceleration down. That's not a belief. That's just fundamentally simple stuff.
That you believe in gravity as they do.
Right, in the relativity, right, in space-time curvature.
There you
yes,
go.
I believe
That's your
that.
premises of faith right there.
Okay.
There you go.
Like I said, I don't argue it, but I do believe it.
Arguing it right now.
I'm not arguing space-time curvature. I'm just explaining that. No, I'm not.
Conversation. Yes,
I'm not.
dude.
I'm not arguing space-time curvature.
What are you
I'm saying
doing
that we
then?
do have an acceleration
What are you
down.
doing then? What are you doing?
I'm first of all trying to explain some really basic physics to Maniac.
Dude. You've explained it.
Yeah,
What?
and he doesn't get it. If I jump up and my
Because
velocity
there is no logic in it.
Water jump. Water jump.
You claim yourself that you have to believe it. That means there is no logic to follow.
You
have no
you are doing the
evidence
same.
because you're
conflating.
believing something.
You're
I don't go from
conflating-
belief.
You're conflating my
Your
belief
dynamic
in
is
space-time
based upon a
curvature
belief.
with my certainty in the basic fundamentals of physics. Right. Acceleration is a change in velocity.
What are we talking about?
What?
It's fundamental physics are we talking about?
The fact that velocity can be up, but acceleration down. Maniac doesn't understand that.
Oh, okay. So,
And the acceleration down
Yes.
is not gravity. That's what I said.
Yeah,
You
I don't
have
care.
you have
this
air
is over
pressure
distance,
pushing
by
on
the
you.
way.
You have
Acceleration is over distance. But okay, great.
you have a lack of buoyancy in the medium of air. That's why you go down. It has nothing to do with gravity.
It's his belief.
You're saying the air pushes us down?
He's saying nothing. He's going along with your kooky freaking belief.
Which kooky belief that we can have a velocity up and an acceleration down?
That
Is that
you
kooky?
believe that they
Yeah.
believe in gravity as they have told you.
Yes,
Said. Okay, well, there you go, man.
Yeah.
Don't.
I believe their explanation. Yes.
Hey, well, dude, come on, man. Really? Like, really? Wait, are you serious?
I'm
Really?
seriously that I do believe it. Yes,
Why?
because I believe they've validated it.
Why?
Huh?
But what have you done to validate it?
Like, why do you?
I
believe
haven't.
it?
I don't argue it. Right? I don't argue it.
You are.
This
You
is
are right
not an
now.
argument of
You
mine.
are right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just stating the
What are you
fact
doing
that
then?
I
Here we
believe
are
it.
once
That's
again. Do you
all
see
I'm
how
doing.
we come back to this? I came back. This is the third time I've came back this with you, and you don't have an answer besides blah 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 blah. That's it. You don't have
ask
any
me the question
logic.
again.
You don't have any logic in anything that you're saying, dude. You're just
Yeah,
You really don't.
it's. I
The
do
belief.
not make an argument about space-time curvature. Right? I do not make an argument. At the same time as
You
that,
just did.
I
You just
do
did. You made an
believe
argument
it.
about jumping up and going down. So yes, you did. You just made an argument. What are you talking about? Are you like here, dude? Are you like delusional or what?
I'm trying to address many people and trying to correct some really basic physics.
You're delusional, man. You're really delusional. Seriously.
All right. Anyway, ether. My point is that the entirety of the jump height solar level.
Just dude.
So, ether, do you agree that velocity can be up and acceleration down? Yeah. If I leave the ground,
Acceleration only happens at the moment that it sets in.
yeah,
So-
I've left the ground, right? So I'm not applying any
No.
more force with my legs.
No. The issue is the moment you start going down, then the acceleration starts because the
No.
object changes direction.
It's not about a change in direction. Acceleration is a change in velocity. Okay, so if you're going up at 2 meters per second and
And
your
you slow
velocity
down,
is getting lower, yes, that's an acceleration.
doesn't-
Yes.
It doesn't mean
Premise of the conversation.
that acceleration is caused by a downward force.
That's the direction. If I'm at 2 meters per second here, and then up here I'm at 0, yes, it does mean that's a downward acceleration. That's exactly what it means.
Beneath
This is
you.
like unbelievable.
Beneath you.
What?
Better.
No, just down. The acceleration is downwards.
It's beneath you.
Okay.
Okay. That's logical.
It's just the acceleration is downwards. If you've gone from 2 meters per second traveling up, and then you get to a point where you're 0 meters per second, the acceleration is
It's all
downwards.
based
Like,
on
it's so basic.
circumstance. There's so many circumstances to that. It's not. I mean, once
If you're
again,
re-
you're just
if you
flailing all over
reach-
the place with this, dude. You have no premise to your conversation. Nothing. No point.
We're just establishing some basic physics about air molecules. Even though they are moving up, they are still accelerating downwards
They're
because they
No,
have
that
mass.
is an assumption that you make.
No, it's not an assumption. Mass
Yeah.
attracts mass.
No,
Air molecules
because
have mass.
no, because if mass attracts mass, the
Mass
gas
can
molecules would be attracted to each other.
There would be
and-
nothing.
I'm sure they
No
are.
creation. There'd be no way to separate things, dude. Come on, man. Really? It's just the stupidest
What?
thing ever. When people just
You don't
bro.
you don't follow the rules set by thermodynamics,
How so?
because if they are attracted, if mass attracting mass, it would mean that
nothing.
the gas molecules would come together, the gas atoms would come together because they are attracted to each other, because mass attracts mass. That means if you apply downward force, they would all come down on surface level. They would be squishing each other, forming a liquid, because there is a downward acceleration that is non-stop. And it would accumulate up until the point that it is thermodynamically changed from gas to a fluid to a solid. The fact is, the opposite happens in nature.
The fact you think the force between these particles moving at 500 meters per second would squash them into a liquid is astounding.
Oh man,
You don't get it.
that's mass. So you're talking about mass, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and matter. Talking about mass and matter now, right? Correct.
Mass and acceleration and forces, yep.
So you just made a statement, an argument, which you say you don't do, which you just did. Just made an argument, dude.
I don't make an argument about
Just did.
space-time curvature.
No. You
Get it?
said
I've
when
said
they
it
all
5
smash
times now.
together. You said when they all smash together and they make things. You just said that, correct?
Maniac said that he expects, if
Okay, dude.
gravity is true, he expects it to squash into a liquid. That's
Answer the
ridiculous.
simple question. Yes, you did. You did just say that. So that's an argument. So therefore, you're talking about mass and matter now. What they say, right? To what they.
Am I just going to sit here and be misquoted and
Oh, not being
just going to?
The conclusion is that you would have compression because of the downward acceleration.
Yeah. You know what that is? That's called the density gradient in our atmosphere. That's the result.
Yeah, but it would not stop. That's the issue. It stops.
You're saying it should, like you said, it compresses into a liquid? Is that what you'd expect?
Because it is continuous. Because you apply the downward force when you're going up. So that means it's continuous.
So how do you separate mass and matter? No, do you know how to
personally
separate
don't.
mass and matter?
I don't. So, no.
Okay, well, cool. Well, then, dude, what are we talking about then?
I don't know. What are we talking about?
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Is ether going to set Maniac straight on velocity up, acceleration down?
Dude.
You have to provide acceleration down in
I dropped something in a vacuum chamber.
still, it's not a vacuum. So
It's pretty close.
the acceleration down does not mean it comes from below you. That means
it's just down.
Your
Just down.
your premise of space-time or gravity is not reached.
I'm not trying to make an argument for space-time for the 6th fucking time.
No, but
It is mass and matter and quantity. Everything you're talking about is a premises of that. Oh,
I don't know how many times I have to say this.
the mechanics are there
I
for
do not
that.
make an argument.
Oh, you're not making any sense here, okay? Mass
I
and
do
matter
not make an
are
argument.
the
for space-time.
quantity of gravitational force, as they say, correct? So when you're
Yes.
jumping, you are mass and matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. What? We're making an argument.
I'm not making an argument about space-time curvature
God, dude.
for the 7th time, okay? I am making the claim that objects in a vacuum accelerate downwards, and we can all agree on that. Can we agree on that?
no, because you
vacuum
never
is
had you never had a vacuum to
Irrelevant.
begin with.
Okay. Objects in a 10 to the minus 6 or
Does it
whatever
matter what they're in?
accelerate downwards.
Okay, look,
You're
mass
still-
and matter, quantity of force doesn't matter when they're in. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Wow.
You-
Anyway,
Regardless of the location, it doesn't matter. So your argument is just there. It's done. It's dead. There you go.
Yep.
Your answer.
Yep. And with that, it's time to feed the dogs. It's been lovely.
Have a good time. My God, what will happen when he finds out that most scientists are now looking into electric universe theory?
Doesn't matter what he finds out. He's not here for that. He's here just to put out some kind of narrative, so people that are watching can at least hear the heliocentric arrogance. I think
He doesn't even. He brought his own
Fucking
blue bottle.
bumbling idiot is what he is.
Even so, he's still one of my favorite sophists because at least he can sit there and chat without like completely spiraling out. So I'll give him that.
Oh, it wasn't very fun, I thought, because it was like hitting my head up against a fucking wall.
He lasts a lot longer than the normals as well. Like the regular users should come in. But like the ones who beg you to ban them. Please just ban me now.
It's just funny. He kept saying he wasn't making an argument based on his premise of his conversation, but he was every single time. Like, you know, understand that. Like,
That's because the sophists will try and like segment and pretty much compartmentalize conversations in order to guide them, and then try and segue from each compartmentalized part to the next in order to prove their point, instead of just looking at the bigger picture and discussing it realistically.
Yeah, exactly. It was just getting everyone's goat, I would say. How many goats he could collect? I don't know.
I think they are on a band base.
As I said in the text, the velocity is restricted by downward limitations due to deceleration caused by resistance, not downward acceleration. The only reason for things to be in the air or whatever is they were lifted or jumped or moved. Their natural state is to settle.
Well, even his argument, so when he's trying to bring in gravity, mass, and then matter, I mean, everything he was using in his conversation or his premises would go right back to his premises. Anyways, he was saying that was his belief to begin with, so there's really no point in even talking to him because it's just all pseudo bullshit.
The issue I have is that he separates chemistry from physics
and reality.
Yeah.
So he's a lunatic.
Well, it's kind of like this. You can't separate language and math. They're both the same thing. They both use symbols, glyphs. They both define information to describe things, and they can both be used to tell either the truth or lies. It's the same thing. It's a form of communication. But the schools will separate those two things. They go, this is this and that's that, and they're not the same thing. And in people's minds, they don't put them together. And they'll do that same thing when it comes to chemistry and biology and a bunch of it, even though biology directly requires chemistry in order to even freaking function. They'll keep that divided, and people compartmentalize all this stuff into the point of obscurity.
As soon as they start as soon as they start messing with matter and mass, it's like, yeah,
but when you exert
that's a dead end for them.
Once you exert a force on matter, you're already entering chemistry, because
I'd say you're into pseudoscience, but yeah.
Yeah, but
you enter mass and matter, dude. That's pseudoscience. Period. I mean, you need to look at it.
If one were to say, because object density fall down, this means gravity, then one must also equally conclude that because things float up, this equals anti-gravity. You can't have both. But they'll say, things float up because gravity too. All right, no, I guess that's anti-gravity, bro. A balloon, I'll put helium in there, that's anti-gravity.
Yeah.
We've got the latest in anti-gravity technology, and I just fill up a helium balloon.
You're going upwards minus 9.82 meters per second squared acceleration downwards.
Well, he was making an argument of mass and matter, and I was like, okay, well, how do you separate the two? He's like, well, I don't know how. I go, well, what the fuck are we talking about then? What the fuck, dude?
Treating them as though they're
man.
He doesn't even want to go to his own model.
No, that's why he said them, they.
Yeah, but they don't want to go to the model. So,
of course. Yeah, well, bonehead.
All I know is I want to talk about the Kármán line to these people. And nobody wants to talk about the Kármán line. We'll redub it the Kármán flat line. That's the border. Everybody, Ruth was dancing around the subject of the name for the place, that area, that space between Earth and outer space or whatever. They call it the Kármán line. They have a name for it, and it's a specific area at a specific altitude. Matthew Lawrence didn't even know that either.
It's kind of weird that they call it a line and not the Kármán sphere.
I know, right? Or border. They could have said border or anything else. Like the barrier. Nope, line.
So mass and the quantity of matter, right? So it's it's different in weight or whatever. So the force exerted on an object. So where does the force even start, anyways? If there is no, you know what I mean, like overture or like
It's like duct tape,
energy
man.
in somewhere. It's like, well, where the fuck is it coming from then?
I was going to make a Star Wars joke. The Force is like duct tape. It has a light side and a dark side, and it binds the universe together.
Like the whole premise of the argument of that conversation is just silly and altogether.
It's sophistry, man, and I get why people do it, especially if they're bored and they're trying to play big brain games with somebody who's trying to be realistic and rational, and like, okay, let me screw with them by using all these loop-de-loop sophist surfing tricks. They're showing off with their big brain time stuff, trying to play games.
Right.
Because also they have to retain control and not flip out and say anything negative. They uses certain ad hom types that they can't. People do this all the time. They're trying to prevent themselves from being booted out and last as long as possible while still talking the same thing. It's really a game.
Right. I know that. I'm saying though, but where does this force come from? They keep saying force, right? Is what I'm saying. And then I wanted to get them to shut up. Obviously, like I did, and he couldn't really go anywhere with it. So, force exerted on an object. Well, the force has got to come from somewhere to begin with, right? So,
the downward acceleration that he kept on saying, instead of using the word gravity, he was using the term downward acceleration. That was his replacement theology of the word gravity. And that was the point that I was saying. It's not downward acceleration. Yeah.
Right, gravity doesn't necessarily work in direction, though. That's
in his thought experiment, right? He described jumping up, and then that being a certain velocity, and then going back down. He's going to describe the downward thing as a velocity and acceleration, and then trying to act like that was the cause. But the cause is the jump, not anything else that he could contribute to it afterward. That has nothing to do with it. He jumped up, thus causing the downward whatever that which is actually involving exactly what I was talking about with resistance, because you're still passing through a medium, so you're not actually falling as fast as you could be falling.
I know. I'm saying force has to come from somewhere else. Okay, like there is no. Yeah. This whole thing is just it falls at its starting point, dude. You know what I mean? It eliminates itself for the simple fact that
it's silly to me bro, that's why I actually called him out on that, because I'm like, dude, this is low-level noob argument. Don't bring up jumping, man. You can do better than that. I've heard better data points from you, and you're going to go to jumping? Come on, man.
He's like, it's basic physics. I'm like, what? No, actually.
That was also my point. Because it's so simplistic and basic, it's almost beneath even Ruhov to go and discuss it. Like, go talk to something, and then I try to bring it up to the Karman line. Like, come on, let's take it to another level. Nope. Yeah, jumping.
He doesn't make it an argument either, and it was like, well, you just did, dude. That's your argument. What do you mean? Like, dude.
I'll be right back. I need some cafefe.
Funny, dude. Like, what the fuck? That's why I said beneath him, down, because he wanted a direction. All he was trying to do was lead the conversation into a bunch of falsities and fallacies. That's all he was doing. He's getting someone to agree with him on his directional fallacies.
He assumes that, or in the conversation, that the acceleration stops when you're on the ground.
Well, but see, first of all, you have to have a force to exert on the object, which would be him. And that's not. It makes sense. He explained it completely wrong, anyways. Yeah. It's silly. In order for gravity or mass of force upon gravity would mean that there would be infinity energy, and then where we live, or where because it has to start from somewhere. Right? Oh. You missed a guy trying to explain gravity by jumping up and down.
What's up, y'all? Oh, I think I can fix that. It's funny when they try and play clown victim like that. Oh no, I got banned, and then they leave the server. Not even banned at all. think a lot of folks don't understand.
What was that guy's name? What was that guy's name? I was talking to.
I was just responding to what Maniac Monkey had posted.
Okay. The guy that left the server that was jumping up and down, what was his name?
QNFE?
Okay.
Posted that for you, Monkey, so that people know what you're responding to.
Yeah.
The funny part is, had he waited maybe 2 or 3 minutes, he probably would have been released without a problem.
Yeah, and I think we explained the mechanism about it.
I think some folks like to play victim. Any excuse they can. Oh, the flat earthers just banned me because I tried to talk about the globe. They try to do this speed run bullcrap. Or if they get... Yeah, he knows that bot did it, I'm sure. If you told him, then he should know. If you don't, then damn, he knows now. Come back, dude. You can come chat. The monkey will set you free. Imagine getting released from cognitive dissonance by a monkey.
Hey, it happens.
It sounds like you're washing dishes, y'all angle.
Oh, sorry, bro. I didn't think you could hear that. It was all the way across my house. Holy shit. Sorry. All the way across my house, dude. It's like 30 feet away, or about 25 feet away in 2 other rooms.
I have noise-canceling headphones on and I pay close attention to sound effects.
Oh, must be good. That's just weird, huh? Anyway, sorry.
You're good, man.
The moon. We can't talk between 3 buildings.
What did he say?
I should get all the clips from that so that I can have the whole response. He says, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 3 buildings?
Oh.
And then
I thought he said, how something about the moon when we're stuck between two buildings.
How are we gonna leave the moon? How are we gonna leave the moon when we're stuck between two buildings and they're trying to like back the rocket down?
Beep 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 beep.
They're trying to tow it with the moon buggy. Then that's why the moon landing tapes a lot of them got deleted, because they're talking about buildings and structures on the moon. Crap, like we can't show them this. Why aren't there any recordings from the Earth of them landing? If everything was Earth facing, so you have like the bright side of the moon right there in all of these spots, they supposedly landed here, here, here. Why were there no from Earth to the moon images or videos recorded through telescopic lensing? Not one. You'd think that there'd be like some amateur stuff captured and a whole bunch of professional things done because it's such an event. Oh, but they couldn't. Wait, why couldn't they? We've had telescopes since like what? Come on now. I know that Galileo had a pretty cool one, right?
Atmospheric refraction, man. It would just be blurry.
The gravitational lensing and atmospheric refraction would distort the image, and they just couldn't see it, huh? Yeah, we can see like they have this picture where apparently some kind of thing hits it or something, or goes past it, which it also could just be CGI or some kind of weird artist thing. I'm to the point I don't trust anything due to the fact that autotainment now exists. Anybody with anything they can imagine just can type the sentence into a computer and say, give me this. And whether it be audio, video, picture, whatever, they can make it exist, at least digitally. We're almost to the point where we're beyond the point of believability. There's no room for belief.
Yeah, that's what the premises of his conversation was.
Go with
belief.
I said it, so I have to believe it.
Yeah. Anytime somebody starts talking about belief and they use that too much, then it's either they're speculating, like some kind of weird theory type thing, or they're talking about their religion. There's nothing else. Belief isn't applied anywhere else.
He even he even said, and he believes what they believe. He doesn't argue it.
So, by his own words, he says that they also have a belief.
The whole thing is silly, is what it is.
Well,
it's just like,
my point isn't, wouldn't one define organized belief as a religion?
A belief is not necessarily a religion. I would say.
Organized belief. When you have organized belief, that's a religion.
Organized belief. Yeah, just a deception.
Well, you can't have solo practitioner people, like there's solo practitioning witches, so you can have belief individually as well. But I was just referring to the fact that organized belief and the hierarchy, that's definitely a framework of a religion.
A lunatic.
Oh yeah, there's certainly lunatics. Well, it's heliolators and lunatics. Yeah. You got the people worshiping the moon and the sun, but they hang out together because they both are in the same circles.
Yeah, because they believe in what they promote, but they don't argue it.
Yeah.
Like, what, dude? Okay.
It's also interesting that it's kind of like they open the doors and let the lunatics out of the asylums, and now they run the world. And their money makes the world go round.
That's funny because in Monopoly, that's what you need to go around the board. It's square.
That's interesting about that game, though. There were originally two different ways of playing it, and they cut out the more passive, benevolent way of playing it and just kept it as Monopoly. But there's another way of playing the original game where you can actually work together with your fellow players to dominate the board, and it's weird. It's more like, it's kind of like communism, but not quite.
It was a co-op game.
You can choose how to play, kind of thing. And yeah,
And it's a mono. We got players. You got mono players playing against each other. So Monopoly.
but they found that the competition of the greed of the monopolies was more fun for players, so they went for that, obviously.
What's interesting is on that board, there's a spiral on that board too. From Parker Brothers on the older style boards have a spiral on that. Anyways,
Yeah, because if you lose the game, you start to spiral.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. You know what? They didn't introduce digital debt on that at all, or anything. Like an analog game, I guess, at the time.
The funny part is, if you play that game in a counterintuitive way, like be patient, a lot of folks will focus on the expensive locations, which does help a lot, but if you get a ton of the small locations, there's more players than just you by yourself, and the likelihood of them landing on your locations becomes greater and greater, especially given how many of them there are. You can get constant income, even though the likelihood of you landing on these rare locations is less. Which is why land is so valuable. It's not just about location, it's about collecting a vast majority of it. I'll apply that to the real world and see who's been buying up a bunch of land. That, I want to put that on a t-shirt. I could just put that directly on that shirt. Stealing that meme monkey. You need your own server with a bot called Meme Monkey. It just posts random memes. It detects what people are saying. It posts a related meme to it. Like a monkey with a bunch of buttons. Like, oh, I recognize this word. It just drops a meme.
No, this realm that we're in, this system that we're a part of, there's lots of ways to discipline somebody for doing wrong. For someone doing good, there isn't anything.
Money. Give them money.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, there's no... just an interesting... a weighed outcome. Find that interesting.
I'm actually developing a heavy interest in sending up some interesting tech to the Karman line. That's when they claim they can see curvature. The big brain thinkers and astrophysicist types, that's about when they claim that they won't lay any claim to curvature lower than that. They're smart enough not to. But anybody else who's laying claim, oh, well, I saw a curve from a planet. No, the F you did not. You did not see curvature at less than half the altitude of Red Bull Stratus. But I saw a boat disappear, but also the Earth's too big, so you can't see the curvature. What?
Yeah, so here's the thing with that, dude. So there, you as it goes over the horizon, right? Well, you can look right and to say you're at the ocean, correct? You can look right and left, which would be more than what you can see in front of you because of the horizon for your perception.
Exactly.
So you should be yeah, exactly. So you should be able to see that from right to left as well.
Because even if you can only see like so many miles, right? Like I say, like up to 3 miles on certain things, even though we got pictures from way the hell further. The width that from across, right to left, like how far is that in the distance? And they don't make that connection at all.
Yeah.
The toilet paper roll Earth. Looks like a cardboard paper towel tube.
Well, because an angular perception could be thrown into that as well as far as into the horizon, depending on if you're looking right or left. If you're just looking straight in front of you, and it would become an angular distance.
Another thing is how eyeballs and cameras work. Like they're aperture based, and the way that the lens is designed for peripheral. So the more you make that lens, the more extended the lens is, the more of a fisheye type effect that you get. But it's also how our actual peripheral vision works. It wraps around your eye so you can see sideways. Like if you look at the way that the light goes in, it'll go in at an angle and bend into your eyeball because of the shape of it. So when people are like, oh, well, I saw this. Did you see it out of the corner of your eye? Because I want measurements on things. I also don't trust memory either. Because a memory of a memory of a memory is inaccurate. For example, like say you have a lighter that's some kind of sea blue, turquoise, whatever, almost green. And due to the lighting, you pick it up and you remember it as being a different type of blue. And then after remembering that several times and confirming it, you're imagining recoloring that coloring book of your memory. And now it's that color blue. But you swear that it can't be the other one until somebody proves to you that you're wrong, like shows that it's literally this, though. This is what you saw.
And that's what Globers do when they watch the horizon from a plane window. They imagine a curve because they are told to see a curve.
Well, it's funny you mentioned colors because I'm colorblind. I'm with certain spectrums of green, and it's funny that you use that because in my case it would be different. So it's interesting.
So I have some speculation for the future of technology. It's going to get simultaneously more sophisticated while the people creating it are going to get dumber. When you have artificial intelligence that can program code for you, and you don't have to actually learn code, you can just get a general understanding of it and then tell the AI to code something for you, modify it a little bit. You become lazier and lazier in the coding. Generationally, what the parents do, the children will do in excess. Eventually, over time, the AI will become so smart to the point where you won't really have people coding it. They'll just be telling AI to repair the code that's already there or make new code based off of things. Just little script kiddies tweaking stuff.
I think we already seen that happen
Yeah. And it's going to get so worse because like the quality of everything is just going to degrade because AI can't do things that a human can do. Like, hey, I know that if I do this, I'll get this effect. It's just going to do what, hey, I'm told to do this, must do this. This makes sense, must do this. Very, very robotic. They're language calculators. They're not people. There's no intelligence involved. And they are not even capable of caring. Ask any chat thing if it's able to care. Like an actual chat AI.
There
like
is
a GPT
no
thing.
there is no understanding of cause and effect and consequence.
Yeah, and they're very limited by their programmers, so what they define as being misinformation, the bot is going to say this is misinformation. What it defines as being information is going to say this is information, and everything else is just fantasy, speculation type stuff. It's going to fall in line with the thought processes of whoever made it and trained it. But then when they prune the training, they can make it think any way that they want to. They're kind of building an artificial intelligence, godlike idol. It won't be able to care about them, but they'll care about it a lot, I'm sure.
You already see that with globe responses with Google.
If the internet were to suddenly be gone, I think a whole lot of people would have a PTSD type disconnect. Just because the internet's gone, they would flip out.
I think the internet was their weapon, but became against them.
Well, I'm just thinking all the entertainment, all the attachment, like the addiction of having to have the prosthetic brain in the hand and stare at that scrying mirror and have the constant endless scroll, that feed go through. If that were taken away from people.
The amount of instant gratification would be gone. The amount of attention.
Yeah. So then they would have a huge void. What happens if you take the pleasure button away from the rat? It's a rat race with a bunch of people, rats with pleasure buttons in their hands, with their prosthetic brains. You take that away from them, I'm pretty sure they'll all go insane. Their minds are already darkened. That means that anybody with any form of logic or rationality, it's going to be their responsibility to try and help those out who don't know how anything works, and they pretty much just Google absolutely everything instantly and then forget it. Most of those are probably going to just walk away from truth, though, and due to sophistry, walk into peril, to put it nicely.
It's like zombie walking, or sleepwalking, zombie. I don't know how you say that, but yeah, it's like
Walking Dead.
Yeah, well, there you go, walking. Yes, so yeah.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies. They're everywhere, though, man, and it's engineered that way because society has diminished. If you watch videos from long ago and listen to audio from even longer ago, people spoke in a certain way where they were articulate and they understood. They said what they meant and they meant what they said. Their yes meant yes, their no meant no. And when they testified something, they weren't just saying what they saw with their eyes. They were actually critically thinking about their testimony, knowing full well that somebody was going to ask them again about it. Like, prove it. They had to have, like, cross analysis. Like, there's just a certain way that people's minds were. And then now it's to fantasy and nonsense. I don't even play video games anymore, though I would like to actually create certain content using that type of tech, like Unity 3D. But I'd rather create content than play mindless, like do mindless consumption type stuff.
Well, the video games these days create a society, so, and an authority and stuff. Just heavy brainwashing things these days.
I think that they can all be used, like, things can be used as training simulators that in a way can teach. But it's when people get obsessed with this digital world and they lose track of what is real. Unto the point where they don't care about what is real and they become obsessed with the fantasy. That becomes the problem. It's not that the video game's the problem, it's just idolizing it, worshipping it, making it a key part of the day.
Oh, I mean, if you think about it, we all idolize the society, which is the problem to begin with. Oh,
trying to fit in.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Anyhow, because it's controlled by an authority figure, so of our environment. Yeah.
The thing about fitting in is when it comes to shapes, you don't fit a shape in where you want it to fit in. It fits where it fits.
Yeah, you learn that at what, 2 or 3 years old by putting the shapes in the box?
Yep. Yeah. It fits where it fits, and you can't just make up where it fits. It goes where it goes.
And color had nothing to do with that one. It's the shape.
Though people do become offended by color, shapes, and sounds.
Pick that one up, huh?
I heard a sound I don't understand, and it's making me scared. I'll see a color, like either with clothes or with like the skin of a life form, and be like, oh no, I don't understand. And the worship of shapes, that's the worst, though. I carry around these rectangles with a triangle on them that's inside of a circle. And then imagine that they live on a ball, a cosmic void that has a vacuum. A vacuum that pushes gas away. It doesn't suck it up, I guess. It just kind of keeps it towards the Earth because Spaceballs.
Oh, it's once this movement is at an end of its circular rope or whatever you want to say, it's like, so it'd be interesting to see if it actually even plays out that everybody has some revolution of the flat Earth. Interesting to see what would plays out.
There's a lot of people who, due to their cognitive dissonance, would refuse to let go of any of their previous beliefs, even if all the major agencies were completely deconstructed, disassembled. They would still maintain that the Earth is a ball and everybody's just gone crazy. Then there'd be some of the population that just kind of have that I told you so mentality. Like a lot of people here, I'm sure, because, you know, we've been saying it the whole time. We only have to say I told you so. People are like, man, you told me. Well, duh. And then you would have a large percentage of the population that just simply does not care. And they're going to be more concerned with the fact that all of the trust is gone. Like nobody has any faith or trust in the governmental system. So that would be kind of chaotic. There's a lot of upheaval and disruption when trust is broken. That betrayal that people feel, everybody responds to it differently.
But there's a collective too, right? There's kind of a collective.
Kind of, but that's why I described it as like a spectrum.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting thought, though, for like the collective part of it. It's like, well, I always talk about this collective, right? The mass. And it's like, well, they say that whatever, that pure speculation anyhow, that, of course, if so many believe that, then the mass will believe it, kind of thing, right? So, I mean, I can see that, right? There must be some sort of weighing this in some aspect. I mean, because they use smartphones and everything else, and everybody uses, a voting method, or a scale method. So I'm sure they have an idea of what waves are being thrown out there to the masses and what comes back. You know what I mean? That makes sense?
Yeah. I'm replying to somebody in the lobby right now, real quick. But yeah, this guy's, well, I guess I might have checked him. He said atheists are only replying or adding you because other US just saw something. Could you explain it? I'm about to say I can try if I tell you that I can, but you show me something weird and inexplicable. I don't want to be a liar. I don't know. They've been relatively new. A couple months. Almost 6:30.
It's interesting. Equinox, right? So earliest equinox, they say, will be September 21st, 2096. Isn't that interesting? But the equinox is an interesting thing in itself. Again, is totally defeats the whole system that they try to indoctrinate. Yeah, it's interesting if you look up the definition of equinox disambiguation. It says equinox, the instant of time when the plane of Earth's equator passes through the center of the sun. What the fuck? Then there's equinox celestial coordinates. Either of two places on the celestial sphere at which the ecliptic inserts the celestial equator. Huh?
The 10 things that all flat earthers say. Number 1, one extremely problematic side effect of taking the globe and flattening it out into a plane is that gravity makes no sense, and there is no reason for things to fall to the ground.
Quite simply, objects fall or rise based on their relative density to the medium surrounding them. Apples fall because they are denser than the air, while helium balloons rise because they are lighter. No gravity necessary. This is why raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through water. Everything seeks its relative density and rises or falls until settling accordingly. This is why a tiny pebble sinks to the bottom of the ocean, but gigantic cruise ships and aircraft carriers stay afloat on the surface, because even though a pebble is so small, its mass relative to its volume, its density, is more than water, so it sinks. And even though a cruise ship is so large, its mass relative to its volume is less than water, so it floats. If Newton's apple had landed in a puddle instead of on his head, he would have seen the apple only fell through the air because it was denser than the air, but then floated on top of the water because it was less dense than water. Have you ever noticed how it's easier to stay afloat with your lungs full of air than it is when they're empty? Submarines float on the surface when their ballast tanks are filled with air, but when the vents are opened and seawater floods in, they begin to sink as the submarine's density becomes greater than water. Depending what depth they wish to dive, sailors simply adjust the ratio of air and water in their tanks, and when ready to resurface, they blow compressed air into the tanks, forcing the seawater out, lowering the density, and thus causing them to rise back to the surface. We can also prove this fact of relative density by filling a balloon with approximately half helium and half air. Since helium is lighter than the oxygen, nitrogen, and other gases that compose the air around us, filling a balloon with just the right amount of helium to compensate for and balance out the density of the plastic results in a gravity-defying, levitating balloon at equilibrium that neither rises nor falls.
All objects accelerate towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's an indisputable fact.
Oh, really? Is it an indisputable fact that feathers fall to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared? Is it indisputable that dandelion seeds fall to the ground at that rate? What about skydivers with an open parachute? What if we are falling through water? The rate at which things fall has everything to do with the relative densities between the object and medium, and has nothing to do with the fictional pulling force of gravity, nor does the rate or manner in which objects fall have any bearing whatsoever on the shape of the Earth. But this type of sophistry is the kind of tacky glue that holds the whole heliocentric model together.
And it is also an indisputable fact that any acceleration requires a force to produce it. This is how cars drive, planes fly, people walk, cats jump. It's how literally all motion works. Most of you address this problem by simply listing two words, density and buoyancy. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but these are not forces. Forces are vectors. They have a magnitude, which means a numerical amount, and a direction, which means they have to point somewhere. Density is simply mass per unit volume, or how much matter sits in a particular space. It doesn't point anywhere. And buoyancy is simply a measurement of an object's tendency to float. You say that objects fall down because they are more dense than the air below them. Why down? Why not up? Or sideways? When you let go of a ball, there is air all around it. How does it know to fall down? Also, objects fall down when they're in a vacuum, which means there is no air below them. What's happening there?
I could similarly ask you, if gravity is real and responsible for keeping all the world's buildings, oceans, and people stuck to the ground, then why does it have no effect on pulling down a simple children's balloon? Are helium balloons magical anti-gravity devices? No. We live in a density gradient, and since the combination of plastic and helium present in the balloon is less dense than the nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, and other elements in the air around it, it rises. Likewise, if I release the helium and then blow up the balloon again, the magical anti-gravity properties disappear because now it is denser than the air around it. But wait, I thought Professor Dave, he's not really a professor, cool story though, bro. I thought not a Professor Dave, said that it's an indisputable fact that all objects fall to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. Why doesn't a balloon filled with carbon dioxide fall at this indisputable rate? Gravity is clearly racist against balloons, feathers, and other objects with relative densities near that of the medium surrounding them. Huh, Dave? So again, to answer your question, objects are not tending towards the Earth, they are tending towards their density equilibrium. The least dense gases rise highest, while the most dense solids fall lowest. Here on Earth, so much solid matter has piled up in the dense direction that we actually have a platform to walk upon. But we are not yet at our density equilibrium, so we are constantly pushing downwards. Just as a helium balloon that rises and hits a ceiling has not yet reached its density equilibrium, and so it constantly pushes upwards on the ceiling.
Number 2, flat earthers all say, I shouldn't see this thing, but I do, so the earth is flat. Then to justify this claim, you all say the same thing, typically with no context whatsoever. 8 inches per mile squared. None of you have any idea what this means. You can't derive it. You can't calculate anything with it. You can't make a prediction with it. You can't tell me anything about this value at all. When I point this out to you, you get very angry, and instead of answering simple questions, you just link me to a bunch of videos made by conmen. 8 inches per mile squared is not a valid way to measure Earth's curvature. If you understood math, you would immediately see that this squared on miles is totally out of place. That's because this is a parabolic approximation. This is for doing calculations with a parabola. It's possible that you remember this shape from middle school algebra, but I wouldn't be surprised if you don't. As you can see, the Earth is not shaped like this. So where does it come from, and why do people use it?
To begin with, the curvature formulas and curvature calculators that exist for the globe model were created by you globe Earth proponents, not us flat earthers. We are simply using the figures and formulas you yourselves claim as representing reality, and proving through easily observable, demonstrable, repeatable results that the alleged curvature does not exist. Non-Professor Dave tries to belittle flat earthers for using the parabolic 8 inches per mile squared approximation, but then refuses to mention the fact that this formula gives the same results as the more complicated trigonometrical formula for up to 300 miles, which is far longer than anyone needs for practical curvature observations. The fact that observers at sea level on clear days can see islands, buildings, and mountains, often over 50 to 100 miles away, completely destroys the assertion that we live on a ball 25,000 miles in circumference. Regardless of which curvature formula or curvature calculator used, you can even check the Metabunk or other globe apologist sites, input the figures, and see that these simple observations are in complete defiance of the globe's math.
Number 3, all flat earthers say the same 2 things about water. The first is, water doesn't curve, and the second is, water finds its own level. The second phrase is completely meaningless, so the fact that you all say that exact thing verbatim is just one of the many demonstrations that you all blindly repeat what you hear without giving it a moment's thought. As for the first phrase, stating that water doesn't curve is at least a coherent thought. However, it is dead wrong. Put a drop of water on a piece of wax paper or a leaf. What does it look like? A freaking sphere. Isn't that something? In your haste to mindlessly parrot what you heard from flat earth priests about water, you forgot to look at water. Water curves, my friends. Look at this curved meniscus. Look at these waves. Water curves all the time.
Holy snarky strawman, Batman. Not really a Professor Dave is stooping to new levels of sarcastic sophistry. Let me try doing this with that condescending cadence he delivers so naturally. Well, Dave, water most certainly does find its own level, and that's why water has been used as the #1 most accurate leveling tool for thousands upon thousands of years. Water does not have the ability to stay piled upon itself, so it will always flow outwards towards the lowest uncontained point. Once contained, the surface of undisturbed water will always remain level, with no deviation in elevation from one point to any other. As for the strawman, water doesn't curve, Dave has conveniently shortened this to suit his narrative, when he should have said, large bodies of water at rest do not curve. The claim is large bodies of water sticking to and curving around a ball, not a single drop of water beating. That is a false equivalency and a straw man. We are not talking about the beating of a single drop of water, nor the meniscus in a glass of water, nor static electricity bending running water towards a comb. So any of these sophist examples put forth trying to prove curved water do nothing but show the desperation of these pseudoscientists to come up with such red herrings.
Number 4, you are all quite perplexed about how Earth's atmosphere can exist next to the vacuum of space. This one is rather amusing because what's happening is that since you have no science education, your only context for the word vacuum is a vacuum cleaner. And again, because you have no science education, none of you understand how a vacuum cleaner works, which is a problem because you seem to think that outer space is a vacuum cleaner. Let's take a moment and clear this up. A vacuum is any region where there is no stuff. Here, there is stuff, like air. In space, there is no stuff, or at least very, very close to no stuff. Space is essentially empty. That's a vacuum. It is not a thing that sucks. Vacuums don't suck. Everyone say it with me together. Vacuums don't suck.
Thanks so much for educating us on the subtle nuances and intricacies of how sucking works, Dave. I'm sure we all agree you are uniquely well qualified for explaining this subject. Unfortunately, though, your sucky straw man explanation still has not provided demonstrable proof of how a positive pressure system like Earth's atmosphere can exist adjacent to a negative pressure system like space without a solid barrier between the two. Anytime two opposing pressure systems come together without some solid membrane separating them, an equilibrium is quickly achieved. Nobody except Dave is saying space should suck Earth's atmosphere like a vacuum cleaner. We are saying, show us a demonstration of two opposing pressure systems without any solid barrier between them that do not equilibrate. If you cannot demonstrate this, but wish to claim this only happens at a scale too large for you to recreate, that is wishful thinking, not science.
Number 5, one of your favorite little gotcha challenges is to request that we demonstrate how water can stick to a ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. The implication is that water and everything else should fly off of it, like a child getting thrown from a merry-go-round. Well, it's very cute that you get overwhelmed by numbers with 4 digits in them, but in actuality, the Earth spins once per day. One time in 24 hours. Get on a merry-go-round and have someone push you one time around over 24 hours. Not a very thrilling ride, is it? The issue is that the Earth is really, really big. So if instead of using rotational velocity to describe a rotating body, like a normal person, you try to use linear tangential velocity, you're going to get a pretty big number. But to be honest, it's still not really that big.
It seems you're the one getting overwhelmed by your own globe figures, Dave. The alleged speed at which your tilting, wobbling, spinning space testicle Earth is actually supposed to rotate at the equator is 1,039 miles per hour. We are all well aware that this means 1 rotation per day, but thanks for continuing to speak to your audience like illiterate, petulant children and pretending we cannot understand such basic concepts.
Furthermore, this little water doesn't stick to a ball challenge is the strawiest straw man that was ever made of straw. The Earth is huge. It generates an enormous gravitational field. That's why everything sticks to it. A ball is very tiny. It does not generate an enormous gravitational field, so things don't stick to it.
So again, just like your last point, you cannot demonstrate water curving around and sticking to a ball, but wish to claim it only happens on a scale too large for you to recreate. That is no different from me claiming that unicorns exist, and when asked to show a single example of one, I cannot, but instead I say, unicorns do too exist, but they are macrocosmic invisible unicorns that cannot be observed. Invisible macrocosmic unicorns may exist in Dave's fantasy delusions, but if he cannot show a single demonstrable evidential example, it is by definition not scientific.
Number 6. Lots of you say that moonlight is cold. This is astonishing for a number of reasons. The first is that it is not related to any claim you could possibly be making in order to argue for a flat Earth. But the second, and much more important detail, is that it is the perfect demonstration of the fact that you have no clue how science works. Some flat Earth priest measured the temperature under the moonlight and then again under something providing shade. Wow, moonlight makes it colder. But does it? Shouldn't you add some elements of control to your experiment? What's a control, you ask? You see, your measurement isn't evidence of anything. You now have to repeat the experiment when there is no moonlight to make sure that the moonlight was indeed the cause of the discrepancy in temperature. This is something you should have learned in middle school, but don't worry, I'll finish the experiment for you. Take the measurements again on a night with a new moon so that there is no moonlight. Look at that. You'll get the same result. So the moonlight absolutely wasn't the reason for the discrepancy in temperature.
There are countless videos proving moonlight to be colder than moonshade, including peer-reviewed published experiments like in the Lancet Journal. People can perform their own research on this topic, but I have to point out the obvious flaw Dave seems to have overlooked while he was so busy talking down to his audience. Dave assumes we don't know what a control is and insists that doing the experiment on different days during different phases of the moon will give different temperatures. Yes, Dave, of course it will, because it's a different day. Control experiments must be done simultaneously for them to be able to control for anything. Redoing the experiment under different conditions on a different day is anything but a control. Regardless, the experiment has been done countless times by different people with the same results. Moonlight, especially during the full moon, is colder than moonshade. You did get one thing right, though, and that is that this, once again, has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's funny how desperate you are to come up with 10 things all flat earthers supposedly say, yet several of your examples are just random red herrings that have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Number 7. Many of you say some unintelligible nonsense about water flowing uphill, or that on the globe model some rivers flow uphill. This one is so stupid that I genuinely can't believe any human could fall for it. You'll look at a globe and say that a river flows this way and that this is somehow uphill, because you seem to think that up on the screen is some kind of universal up in space. Listen up. There is no up and down in space. This is not up. This is not down. To believe so would be as dumb as thinking that on Earth, whichever way you happen to be facing is north. No one on Earth is upside down or on their side. Up on Earth is away from the surface of the Earth, no matter where you are on the Earth.
Here, in yet another example of globe earthers trying to make common sense sound like nonsense, we hear that up is not up and down is not down. People live stuck all around a ball Earth, but nobody is sideways or upside down. Globe believers hate thinking about people being sideways or upside down on their silly ball, so they just claim there is no such thing as up or down to calm their fevered brains. But regardless of their internal mind games, their ball model has people stuck at any and all of 360-degree inclinations around the thing, which means people would by necessity be walking around sideways and upside down relative to one another. Likewise, Earth's many hundreds of rivers are constantly flowing north, south, east, west, and every other intermediary direction simultaneously, some of which flow for hundreds of miles with only the slightest of change in elevation. An absolute impossibility on a globe of given proportions.
Number 8. Many flat earthers remain dumbfounded by the idea that the Earth is slightly closer to the sun in winter than in summer. As I've said before, winter up north is summer down south and vice versa, so your confusion is one of northern hemisphere narcissism, but it is also one of complete ignorance. Here's the Earth. Here's the light coming from the sun. Look at this portion. It hits the Earth straight on. Look at this portion. Because of the curvature of the Earth, the light hits the surface at an angle and is therefore distributed around a greater area. Same amount of heat distributed around a larger area, lower average temperature. This is absolutely trivial to understand.
Thanks, Dave. Nobody is dumbfounded or confused about these simple pseudoscientific claims you're making. We're simply presenting the inconsistencies of your model to you in question form because we're used to thinking for ourselves and allowing others to think for themselves, rather than condescendingly talking down to everyone from a pedestal like you're some infallible superior being armed with objective truth. The question is simple. How can the globe model purport the sun to be approximately 3 million miles closer to Earth in January, when winter and colder temperatures are found all over the Earth, than in July, when Earth experiences its warmest temperatures? Dave claims due to the ball Earth's tilt, different places receive different amounts of direct sunlight, and that is what produces the seasonal and temperature changes. This makes no sense, however, because if the sun's heat travels over 90 million miles to reach the ball Earth, how could a slight tilt, a mere few thousand miles maximum, negate the sun's 90 million mile journey, giving us simultaneous tropical summers and Antarctic winters? Ball believers also say the sun is 1 million times larger than the Earth, so regardless of how you tilt the globe, there will still be plenty of direct sunlight.
Number 9. Many flat earthers refer to the body of scientific knowledge as scientism. This is meant to be derogatory, implying that science is a religion. I'm very sorry, but saying this just demonstrates that you know nothing about science and probably didn't pass a single science class in high school. Science students are not told what to believe. They are shown how to perform experiments. Even in high school physics, students use blocks and ramps and balls and pendulums and carts and rulers and timers to derive Newton's laws and many other such pillars of science. So using the word scientism only serves to disqualify you from adult conversation regarding science. In actuality, it is quite clear why you adopt this viewpoint, because you just accept whatever you hear if it's what you want to believe. This is why your beliefs are baseless. Since you are incapable of doing anything other than repeating what you are told, you assume that others are doing the same thing, but they are not.
Scientism is simply another way of saying pseudoscience. For example, when you claim that bodies of water can curve around, stick to objects, and display the shape of said objects upon their surface, like the alleged ball Earth under your alleged curved oceans, but cannot give a single demonstrable example on a scale small enough to recreate, that is called scientism, or pseudoscience. Likewise, when you claim that opposing pressure systems can exist side by side without a solid barrier between them, but cannot provide a single evidential example of this claim, you are spouting more scientism.
And to wrap things up, number 10, the pièce de résistance. The claim that we have all been indoctrinated, that we have been brainwashed by schools, by the government, by NASA, by Freemasons, by Hollywood, take your pick. Well, as I have demonstrated in this clip, you all say the same exact ridiculous things word for word, like you're reciting the oath of the Flat Earth Fraternity. So it's a rather silly accusation to be throwing around. The fact that you all say the same things is not surprising in the slightest. What do you do when you want to brainwash someone? You tell them they have already been brainwashed.
Yes, globe earthers say flat earthers have been brainwashed, and flat earthers say globe earthers have been brainwashed. But think about this. Globe earthers are simply advocating the first version of reality they were taught as little children. Meanwhile, all flat earthers were actually taught that exact same version of reality as children, the only difference being that they went back as adults and did their due diligence in researching the opposing arguments without any bias or cognitive dissonance to see whether or not what they were taught as children still stood up to the critical scrutiny of a discerning adult. Then, after doing so, and finding fatal flaws in the model, these discerning adults went against all of society, enduring endless insults and ridicule, many losing friends and family members in the process, all for daring to question this globe gospel. So tell me, Professor, who sounds more brainwashed? The diligent and discerning adults able to override their initial bias and cognitive dissonance enough to research and reach a completely opposite understanding of that which was first taught to them? Or those who simply continued believing what they were originally taught as children?
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Michael's Flat Earth tag interview seemed to be LARPing.
Yeah, hey Michael, welcome, dude. How are you?
Thanks. I'm okay. How are you?
Good, man. Good, man. Well, you want to step up and get to your blues, huh? You want to get your Flat Earth roll?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm just curious, when did when was like the first time you heard the words Flat Earth? What year could you attribute that to? For me, it was 2017. What about you?
Maybe 2021.
Okay, you're post Coco Flat Earther. Fair enough. And I see you joined the server just at the end of June here. How did you find this place?
Well, I've been in the server before. And like, this is like my alt account. Now it is my main, but it used to be my alt account. On the other account, I was in the server before, like a year or two ago, and I left. I'm just rejoining.
Gotcha. What was the name on the old account, if you don't mind me asking?
I think Redco or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, if you remember, maybe type it in the chat. We can kind of just double check on that. But in terms of questions, I do have a list here. I can kind of throw out some questions your way. And it's good that you've been here for a while, so maybe you might know some of these. But in terms of Flat Earth and Globe Earth, who has the positive claim or the burden of proof?
Globe Earth.
Yep, I would agree. I would agree with that. Have you heard of the Black Swan before?
Yeah.
Is it about the horizon or something else?
It is about testing the curvature, if it's there. Right?
Well, let me re-ask the question, make sure you follow along. But the question is it about the horizon or something else?
The horizon?
Yeah, it is about the horizon. And if you have any questions about that, you can ask us about that. We can kind of go into more detail. Are you familiar with the scientific method?
Yeah.
Is there more than one scientific method?
No, just one.
Okay. Very good. Let's see. Are you familiar with the any of the claimed sizes of the globe, either radius, circumference, diameter? Are you familiar with any of those numbers?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, you cut out there for me just a little bit. You do, or you don't, or you do?
Oh, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, no problem. That's just curious. What about like something like the distance to the sun?
Oh, that's like 93 million, I think.
Yep. What about maybe the distance to the... Yeah, 93, I think, is the correct made-up answer that they just chose. But, but what about, say, distance to the moon? Are you familiar with those numbers, by any chance?
Probably in the thousands. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think that's about 250,000, roughly. I think it's about 230,000, if I'm not mistaken. 240,000.
Yeah, something like
Maybe
that.
I can double check that. But yeah, about 250,000 miles. Okay, very good. What is gravity?
In the globe Earth is like a force that pulls you and makes objects spherical.
Cool. So, are you familiar with how many types of gravity there is?
As far as I know, it's just one.
Okay. Have you heard of Newtonian gravity?
No.
What you just described is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. They're claiming it's a force. So they have Newtonian gravity, the mass attracting mass, and they also have Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. Have you heard of that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had like
so that's a good
definitions.
Well, a lot of Globers also don't know this as well. It's good to know this because you can ask them and say, "Hey, how many gravities are there or whatever, and they'll go, oh, just Earth's gravity. And it kind of shows they don't really fully understand the Newtonian physics and the Einstein's model. So it's good for you to know that as well. All right. Well, that's a lot of the questions I went through. Does anybody else in the panel have questions for Michael here?
Nah, man, I'm ready to jump him into the gang. Let's go.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. Thanks, guys.
It's blood in, blood out, though, dog. So, you know, after the Randy situation, there will be formal contracts that need to be signed. So, you know, just a heads up.
Yeah, honestly, the next Glober that comes in, you're up. So
that's right.
No, but you guys don't have any questions? Anybody? Russ, Quetz, Flatman, Jim? Any questions for Michael?
I think you established a pretty good baseline knowledge. I do want to definitely give him the role, but I got flat out asked to provide 3 proofs and explain them in detail.
For Flat Earth?
Yeah. Could you name 3?
The black swan, no curvature, the Antarctica treaty.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably ask for should have asked for geometric proofs, or I wouldn't really count the treaty.
I mean, it just makes it look sus.
Yeah, but they don't. I wouldn't really put that out into the conversation. They'll kind of that'll derail the whole point of the convo, proving curvature, the rotation, and the vacuum of space. So basically,
is impossible or eclipse?
I would keep it away from space too.
Yeah. I think the Selenelian eclipse is a little bit more advanced for when they start saying, "What about the sky?"
Yeah, your best bet is to stick closer to the ground, like Russ is saying. So once you start getting up into the sky, you're in Glober territory.
Yeah, you are. You are.
That's true, because the globe model was derived from the sky. So all the measurements and things will always return in their favor. So you have to be aware of that getting into it. Well, of that, once you start understanding that these are coordinate system transformations, basically, then once you understand that, you can kind of hold your ground a little better on the sky situation. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead and continue.
No, I agree. That was a good addition there. All right. Well, I kind of want to piggyback off what Russ was saying. Let's go into 3 things, and then maybe you could detail a little bit. So you said black swan and no curvature. Honestly, that's kind of one. But I'll give you. We can do both, I guess. So, what is your understanding of the black swan? Let's go through that just a little bit.
So, I think the black swan is like when the ships go over the curvature, but you can actually zoom in, and it doesn't go actually over the curvature. It's just angular. So it's just going out of your view because it's too far to see. You can do that with a simple test. Like you could put markers and put another marker far away, it will look like it's going down on a flat Earth surface.
Okay. I mean, you're right. The black swan is something a little bit more specific. I'm going to post an image. You probably have seen it. It might jog your memory. So let me just post this in the chat real quick. But what you just described is true. Yeah. You definitely have seen it before.
Michael, have you pulled up the Earth curve calculator yet? Or
no.
Any of them? Yeah. That's this is basically trying to prove, they're trying to claim a geometric horizon. They'll be at a certain distance, and the actually I'll let CB. I don't want to interrupt. I'll let you take it where you're gonna. So.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. I'm just getting these screenshots for you now after our friend here.
So yeah, Michael, they're claiming that it's a geometric horizon that's going to be at a specific distance. The oil rigs are at specific distances, like 6 and 9 miles roughly. Just as demarcation points, just to show that the horizon's clearly beyond that. If you type in the observer height and the distance to, well, if you type in the observer height, it'll give you distance to the supposed geometric horizon, which is at 1 foot observer height, 1.225 1.225 miles. You can clearly see the horizons beyond the boats, the rigs rather, say at least 10 miles. So that right there disproves their claim of a geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's my point too. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, yeah, that's like one of the biggest proofs that does it for me. But I'm also researching flat Earth, so yeah.
I'm going to drop you a link to QE's proofs. The sextant in celestial navigation is also another really good one. He breaks it down. Know anything about that? You recall hearing people talk about it? Drop you a link and go through it whenever you have time, Michael.
Okay. Which channel? Is this a live stream voice text?
Yeah, I'll drop it in live stream. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
Thanks.
7 proofs, and what I did was just kind of went through each one of them several times to make sure I had a good understanding of everything. Like I said, they're broken down really, really simply and concisely.
Hey, CB, if I'm not robot Earth,
Please, yeah, go ahead, Dave. Glad to hear from you.
my mic's actually working.
Sounds good. Yep.
Wow. Well, who we talked to, Michael? You said you've been looking at this for a couple of years. I just want to know, is there any question, any little nagging shred of doubt that may think you're incorrect about this and it might actually be a spinning ball? Is there anything that's like a nagging doubt in your mind? Go ahead.
The flight path, those kind of confuse me how it works. Also, the star trails. So, like, for the star trails one, when you're looking when you're on the southern hemisphere, how are you able to see the same type of star, the Southern Cross, whichever way you're facing?
Well, my first response when my mic's working, and I'll let somebody else answer it properly, but things in the sky, can we really measure those and test them and make sure we know exactly what's going on in the sky? Somebody else answer it properly now. Go ahead.
Second. Yeah, so yeah, so there's Shane has a really good presentation on the Southern Star, or quote unquote rotation, right? So what's going on is that they're anti-corpuscular rays.
Horizons beyond the oil rigs are at specific distances, like 6 and 9 miles roughly, just as demarcation points, just to show that the horizon's clearly beyond that. If you type in the observer height and the distance to, well, if you type in the observer height, it'll give you distance to the supposed geometric horizon, which is at 1 foot observer height, 1.225 miles. You can clearly see the horizons beyond the boats, the rigs rather, say at least 10 miles. So that right there disproves their claim of a geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's my point too. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, yeah, that's like one of the biggest proofs that does it for me. But I'm also researching flat Earth, so yeah.
I'm going to drop you a link to QE's proofs. The sextant in celestial navigation is also another really good one. He breaks it down. Know anything about that? You recall hearing people talk about it? Drop you a link and go through it whenever you have time, Michael.
Okay. Which channel? Is this a live stream voice text?
Yeah, I'll drop it in live stream. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
Thanks.
7 proofs, and what I did was just kind of went through each one of them several times to make sure I had a good understanding of everything. Like I said, they're broken down really, really simply and concisely.
Hey, CB, if I'm not roboting, I got one question for the new flat Earth.
Please, yeah, go ahead, Dave. Glad to hear from you.
My mic's actually working.
Sounds good. Yep.
Wow. Well, who we talking to, Michael? You said you've been looking at this for a couple of years. I just want to know, is there any question, any little nagging shred of doubt that may think you're incorrect about this, that it might actually be a spinning ball? Is there anything that's like a nagging doubt in your mind? Go ahead.
The flight path, those kind of confuse me how it works. Also, the star trails. So, like, for the star trails one, when you're looking to, when you're on the southern hemisphere, how are you able to see the same type of star, the Southern Cross, whichever way you're facing?
Well, my first response while my mic's working, and I'll let somebody else answer it properly, but things in the sky, can we really measure those and test them and make sure we know exactly what's going on in the sky? Somebody else answer it properly now. Go ahead.
1 second. Yeah, so so there's Shane has a really good presentation on the Southern Star, or quote unquote rotation, right? So what's going on is that they're anti-crepuscular rays, and it's what each person is seeing is it's basically from their own perspective. So when they say like, there's no actual Southern Star trail rotation, it's relative to each person. So we think it's some sort of projection of the Northern Hemisphere stars out onto, from being an anti-crepuscular ray. I'll link you the videos on it. But basically, each person sees it in its own location. It's not like a central point, like where you're looking at the North Pole, or where you're looking at Polaris, for example. It's not the same as that. Like it changes locations relative to the observer. It's some sort of optical illusion in the Southern Hemisphere. I'll send you the videos on it. But that is a really good question, and that was one that that kind of always was in the back of my mind. There's so many other things that where it's like it's not like it wasn't a make or break for me, but coming to the understanding of the anti-crepuscular situation and how the Southern Star rotation isn't actually around a central point. It's relative to where the person, or to each observer that's seeing it. So there's something else going on there in terms of what's they give the surface level narrative of that it's a 1-to-1 comparison of Polaris and the Northern Hemisphere. It's not. So that's just that's like the long version of the explanation of it. But I'll have everything. I'll send you the links to it so you can get in, or see it for yourself, because it's easier to understand with actual demonstrations of like what the anti-crepuscular rays are and all that stuff.
Yeah. Thanks,
Michael. If you want to do a dive into something, take a dive into the fictitious Southern Pole star called Sigma Octantis. Take a dive into that. Take a dive into their supposed 24-hour sun in Antarctica, where there's hundreds, if not thousands, of proofs of that in the northern latitudes, but only five videos in the southern latitudes. And obviously, if we were on a ball, with all those United Nations countries of the Antarctic Treaty, they would have as many in the south, at least, as they have in the north. So if you want to look in, if you want to take a dive, obviously that Antarctica is closed. 30-minute video is really good. But if you want to take a dive into Sigma Octantis, that it doesn't exist, and take a dive into the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and have that as backup when you talk to your globe friends.
Okay, thank you. Also, for the flight path, when you look at the flat Earth model and the globe model, I feel like the flight routes should take longer on the flat Earth model compared to the globe. So how does that work on the flat Earth model?
No, just go ahead, CB. Go ahead.
Well, can you show me this model, Michael? Can you show me this model you're talking about?
So I was watching a Professor Dave video on this. I can link it.
Uh-oh.
It's all right, man. It's all good.
I mean, yeah. I can show you the mic I was using. I would just have to look up the video.
Yeah, not Professor Dave has a 12-minute video and an 18-minute video that he loves to show off why we're so stupid. Anyway.
I just want to throw
I'll be for real with you. My the flight routes. Sorry, yeah, the flight routes isn't my favorite subject either. But like the TLDR is, they're derived from, what do they call them? Great circles. So you can make great circles on a planar disk too, same way. They would be identical. So there's that. And then in terms of distances for flight routes, right? There's what do you call it? There's the jet stream, right? Now the public available data that we have on the speeds of these jet streams at varying altitudes only goes up to like I think 35,000 feet or something like that, 39,000 feet, and then like we're supposed to have data, for higher levels than that. Actually, Globebusters did an episode where they bought the app, the premium app or whatever that all the pilots use to figure out their flight planning stuff. And they claim in the app that, once you have the premium version, you'll have access to the higher jet stream data, and all these things. And they actually don't give it to us. They cap it at like 30-something thousand feet for publicly available data. So anyway, how the distances could be shorter and times could be made up for is basically when the plane's, en route, it just goes to a different altitude, catches a jet stream, that speed is added to their, how fast they're traveling, and it's not going to break the sound barrier or do anything weird. And actually the people in the plane wouldn't even know if the sound barrier was broken. So if they're flying over an ocean, doing this, it would be really hard. It would be impossible for the people in the plane to know like how fast they're going, and how long. So
just remember, Michael, a couple centuries ago, these maps that we referenced today were called charts. They were estimations. So just remember, they are estimations. A map or a model. I have a model of Santa Claus, and I could use mathematical formulas to make him come alive, but that doesn't make sure he's going to come alive. But when somebody throws a model at you, it's a model. Now, if you want to believe in a model, marry one and enjoy the rest of your life with one. But a model demonstrates absolutely nothing. So just be careful when people start throwing maps and models at you. Second point is that airplanes will fly land location to land location, 3 degrees, nose up. If you want to believe in a map, then you can look at Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, and when they stop, when they happen to have a stopover, they stop over in L.A. or Dallas, Fort Worth. They do that for a reason, because land location to land location allows them to do it, and that is going into their supposed globe, northern hemisphere. But on our supposed map, if you want to believe a map, it is land location to land location, and it works perfectly. Now, do they use great circle routes? You could theoretically use a great circle route from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, or back. You could theoretically use that and stay in the South Pacific Ocean only if you wanted to use jet streams or whatever you want to use. But there's no evidence they do that. There's no evidence. Now, you could do it, but there's no evidence that they do. So you need to go back to what they do. Land location to land location, 3 degrees. Some people say 2 to 3 degrees nose up. Land location, land location. That's what they do. Now, Great Circle Route is possible. Is it used? I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows. But the only reason they would use it is for the jet stream.
Okay.
Oh, and the last point. I am so sorry. The last point. is that there is so much more land in the northern latitudes on a stationary plane than there is on the southern latitudes. 90% of people live on the northern latitudes, 10% live in the southern latitudes. That's one of the problems with having somebody tell you in Australia what's happening, because there's so few people that can collaborate it. There are more reference points. There's more land by which you can derive your location from in the northern latitudes than there is the southern latitudes. So if somebody tells you they can derive their location flying over these mass sums of water in the southern latitudes, they're trying to sell you a bridge too that you can't afford. And so you just got to remember who you're talking to. Here's another great point that Alan sent me that I think he got as well from somebody else. He dropped it in my eDrive the other day. Is that there is information of what GPS covers in the world as far as we believe land location, not satellites in space. They don't cover the vast areas of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. They don't cover that stuff because nobody's there. So when a Glober comes and tells you, I use my GPS, global positioning satellite, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, they can't prove that squat. They can say it, but they can't prove it. So a lot of these people are going to say, well, I saw Sigma Octantis, and it's the southern pole star. No, you didn't. You can say it, but you can't prove it. Well, I got navigation out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. No, you didn't. You can say it, but you can't prove it. Guys, I can say that I'm 8 foot tall behind my camera, my camera on, and I can speak it all I want to, but I can't prove it. Sorry.
Nah, you're good. That was funny. So.
Are you physical?
Yeah. I tell you what. Oh, Michael.
Yeah.
This is not mine. This is Austin's. He said this, and it's somewhat what he said. I think I got most of it. I don't know if you know Austin Whitsick, but he says if you cover a lie, you have to lie. You have no choice but to lie because truth will always win. Truth will always come to the light. When you cover a lie, you put yourself in this tough situation where you have to begin to lie and use fallacious arguments and be dishonest and mislead and twist things around. And the globe is a lie.
Yeah, like to defend it. Well, that's all I got for now. Thanks for answering my questions. I'll check out the links. I'm gonna hop off. See ya, guys.
Take care. You have a great day now.
You too.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Torben.
Do you have control of your mic, Torben? Are you there? Hold on 1 second.
Hi. I didn't have the permission to speak for that second, but hi.
Hi. Good to hear from you. Welcome to the server. We have a panel here that will be glad to answer any questions. If you have any questions for Flat Earthers, or maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and how you found the server.
I just looked up Flat Earth on YouTube. I don't believe in it, and I saw the live stream of this debate, and I saw the Discord and the comments, and decided to join.
Okay, great. I think whoever wants to take lead on this.
I have a question.
Okay, there we go.
Well, Flat Earth is a bit out in the boonies. It's not a town you just happen to stumble upon and trip and fall into. It's a bit of a controversial, a little bit of a spicy topic. So I'm curious why or what got you interested in searching for Flat Earth.
Not gonna lie, I was just bored, and yeah, I just looked it up because I have free time at the moment and I'm bored. So, and just to say it again, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but it might be interesting to speak with a few people who think it is.
Fair enough. Well, I would be curious to understand your interpretation. So if you were to say, like, I don't believe in Flat Earth, what is the Flat Earth to you?
I basically think it's just the belief that the Earth isn't a globe, right?
Okay, fair enough. But what specifically would the Flat Earth be? Has it been presented to you? Is it something you've kind of thought about? Or do you have an idea of Flat Earth? Or just you're not a big fan of the word? Or, I mean, I'm curious what your interpretation of Flat Earth is.
Yeah, you know, if you watch mainstream media, anything, it's basically just like put out there as the stupidest conspiracy theory, and just like the example for conspiracy theories in general, right?
Okay. So you've seen a lot of the mainstream stuff about Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm not into I'm not that informed about the topic.
Fair enough. You might be surprised to know that those mainstream interpretations, if you saw that and you're like, yeah, I don't believe that, well, we don't either.
I don't like mainstream media. I don't believe mainstream media, but I also don't believe the Earth is flat. So I have a few questions if that's fine with you guys.
Well, I would maybe ask you to be a little bit more specific. If you're saying that I don't believe the Earth is flat, I would like you to present to me this flat Earth that you were talking about.
I don't know which flat Earth you're talking about. I'm talking about the model.
Hold on. If I say I don't believe in Santa Claus, I kind of need to know what Santa Claus is to say that I don't believe in it. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what your model is. I believe in the model you learn in school, the official model. I believe in that one.
Fair enough. Okay. That would probably be a better way to phrase it, because like people do often say like, I don't believe in flat Earth. It doesn't make sense to me, yada, yada. But then you kind of start to ask them like, oh, well, what is flat Earth? And like, well, I don't know. So it's like, well, how do you disagree with something you don't understand?
Can I ask you now?
Go
ahead. Did you ever ask your model?
Well, you're talking to me?
Yeah. Did you ever put in question your model?
I mean, I thought about it, and for me, it made perfect sense.
Okay.
Well, I mean, let's address that real quickly, Sasha, before you go on. Let's just quickly address that. You might want to raise up your standard of criteria a little bit. I think making sense isn't a very good standard of criteria, because just really quickly, even stories are made to make sense. If I watch Dragon Ball Z, they have the gravity chamber and they train in higher gravity so they become stronger. I think that makes sense. but making sense doesn't make things.
Yeah, okay. Let me rephrase that a little bit. I think it explains perfectly all the phenomena we see in nature and has some predictive capabilities.
Okay. Can you tell me now, do you believe that Earth is a sphere, or you know that Earth is a sphere?
That's actually a good question. Like, that's really philosophical. Like, what do we actually know 100%? But I think I think I know the Earth is not flat, and from all the evidence I saw in my life, I think it's the most logical assumption to think that Earth is round.
Great. That means that you will know the three questions that we ask all people who came here, because it's first we ask people about how they know that it's a globe, and then we move to questions about flat Earth. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds like a good approach, like a good idea. First of all, yeah.
Let's see how much you know, but you personally, it's nothing that somebody want to get you or something. What you know, but really know, or you will say I don't know, or I know, That's two questions. If you know, we will ask more questions. What you really know, but because you must to know. Then we'll ask for the proof of that if you know. But if you don't know, you say only I don't know, and that's all right. We go on for the second and third question, then you can ask questions.
Okay.
That's all right. Do you know who measured the curvature of the Earth from the ancient time till now, drop over distance?
No idea.
Okay. But you think that somebody is measured?
Yeah, I think so.
But you don't know?
I don't know who did it and how the person did it. I might have learned something about that at school, but I don't remember.
Second question is, do you know that who from the human history measured the rotation of the Earth?
No, and I'm going to say no to most of my questions. I'm not that informed about the spherical model. I remember some stuff from school, but that's basically it. So.
And third question will be, because we are the sphere. That means it's sphere. You know what is sphere? It's rotating in the vacuum of the space.
Yeah,
and the
I would say so.
Yeah, and the third question would be how we can have the gas pressure without container.
The gravity, right?
Yeah, we can speak about that. It is not, because gravity has nothing to do with the gases,
But why not? Gas has mass too. Gas gets retracted to the Earth too.
Okay, let's put it like this. I asked, do you know, can we have the gas pressure without container? You said gravity.
Yes, because of gravity.
Can you demonstrate the gas pressure without container?
Demonstrating pressure, there are instruments out there that can measure pressure. We can measure the pressure of gas and of water. Like, I think water is a solid example.
Can you repeat my question?
Your question is how we can have pressure without a container. And I would point towards water, because we can also observe water pressure without a container. And gas.
I'm asking you how we can have gas pressure without container. I can ask
because
also
because the gas gets attracted to the Earth.
I don't know if he's understanding the question fully. Torben,
I fully understand the question. You're asking me why there's pressure without a container.
Trying to do a little moderation here, if you let me.
Yeah, it's the same. Basically, I would say you can compare that really well towards water.
Torben.
Yeah.
Hold up, man. Hold up a second.
Real quick. Could you mail me some water without a container?
Mail you water?
Yeah.
It would drop down because of gravity. But if you look at the oceans, and if you dive down,
well, there's a couple. We gotta address a couple of things you said. So I don't want you to keep steamrolling forward.
Sure.
I can either ask you a question or I can make a statement here. You said that water doesn't require a container either. You just pointed out that you can't mail me any type of water, anything without the container. So I don't think that statement was true, that you can have water.
Would you say the ocean has a container?
Of course.
What do you mean the wall? Do you mean like at the beach is the end of that, but that there's nothing besides that?
Shoreline.
Well, could you, like any body of water, we can look at natural or man-made bodies of water. We can start in the house with a sink or a cup or a bathtub or your swimming pool. Those are all contained bodies of water. So then we go into, hold on, Sasha, one second. Then we go into nature.
Like, for example, if I made the water, it would splash down on the ground, and then
just take a deep breath. It's going to be okay, man. The floor is yours. You're allowed to speak, but I just want to get through a little bit of moderation, and then you can proceed. And Sasha, I think, wanted to wrap up some things with you as well. So same thing when we go into nature, ponds, lakes, ocean, also contained by the land. So what you said about water is also uncontained is not true. Now, the important part here is what you stated was true in the fact that the claim is that gravity contains the gas. We're well aware. The issue is that the question involves that claim. How do you have that claim? How can we have this happening? So what we're looking for is a demonstration, not just a repetition of the claim. We know what the claim is. The claim is involved in the question. So if you could demonstrate it, that would be great. That's what we're looking for. It's a demonstration of gravity containing gas.
If you cannot, you can say I don't. If you cannot demonstrate it, you can say I don't know. Somebody else. I believe that somebody else demonstrated.
No, I think if I have to demonstrate like pressure without a container, I would need to build like an Earth-sized object and put some gas on there to demonstrate that.
Let's do it like this. If it exists, it will be sure that you're first person. That means, can you did that?
Well, real quick, let's address that just shortly. Essentially, what that's saying is, if I could only poof my claim into existence, this is not really making much of a case to say, like, well, if I could poof it into existence, I would show it to you. That's not really. I don't think that's making a solid case.
It's hard, it's hard to demonstrate a gas pressure without like having without a container, without having a massive object like the Earth with a lot of gravity.
I wouldn't say it's just hard. I would say it's a violation of natural law. It's impossible.
So, you all think there's basically a globe above us that contains all the air?
No.
Well, to say globe is kind of adding some extra ideas. What we're pointing out, and what Sasha's pointing out, is that you need the container for gas pressure. That doesn't necessarily describe any specific state.
You think there's a big container around the Earth? Like around the
no.
Well, if you have good inference skills,
demonstrate it.
If you have good inference skills, you should be able to pick up on the fact that you do need some type of containment for gas pressure, or even water, for example.
No, why should you? Why should you need a and with water like the one I think I wanted to explain?
Let me answer that. That's a good question. Why should you? Is because that there is no other demonstration of the contrary. So what you claimed is fine. That is the claim that you don't need a container.
I can't really demonstrate that without having a massive object like that. But
take a deep breath, brother. I would like to kind of have a back and forth, and the floor is yours. No one's muting you or anything. We would just want to have a back and forth so everyone can kind of hear what you're being said. Now,
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, you asked why wouldn't you believe this? Well, there seems to be no example of what you're claiming. It's kind of a rare claim.
Let me give another example. If like you mentioned like mailing water to someone, if I would basically just hand you some water and it would drop onto the floor, I would have, because of surface tension, I would have some water laying on the ground, some water droplets basically, and there would be a little bit of pressure in them, and there wouldn't be a container.
No, well, the surface would be the container essentially. It doesn't leave. Wouldn't be like an uncontained area. So I don't think that's a good example either.
Do you think the Earth is, the air is made of molecules and atoms?
I'm not sure. I don't see how that's relevant. Let's get to something more specific because.
Okay. Can I ask you a few questions too?
Well, sure. Once we kind of wrap up the gas pressure thing, just so it's very clear. You asked like, well, why wouldn't you believe that? It's a fairly decent question. I think it's worth kind of going through. If I were to show you, if I were to present to you that I have a rare banana that grew from a tree and it never came from a peel, Would you have a reason to believe me?
Yeah, that's really besides our discussion, our topic.
No, I'll explain. I'll explain a little bit.
Asking me to demonstrate. You're asking me to demonstrate the air pressure thing. I gave you a few examples of like,
buddy, it's gonna be okay. All right, I just want you to take a deep breath. Could you maybe answer my question?
The question if I would believe it, basically without proof.
Well, yeah, because you did ask a fairly decent question, like, well, why would I believe it? And so I want to actually, if you care about the answer is valuable to you. I would like to show you the answer why you should. And so I do have an analogy about a banana that kind of relates to this gas pressure argument. Well, I can go through it with you if you prefer, but just on the surface level, if I were to present to you that I have this rare banana that never came from a peel. I mean, is that something you would accept?
Probably not. No.
Great. So that's how we feel as well. Essentially, the Earth is being claimed to be a rare thing, like a banana, essentially, that doesn't need a peel.
Right? I'm not asking for you to believe in the gas pressure thing, but I think there are a few other points that make it obvious that we are on a globe.
Well, let's before we jump off to that, I want to get through because this is quite important. I think the gas pressure thing. Before we jump off and move on to something else, I think it would be important.
Okay, then let us continue with the gas pressure thing. You are asking me to demonstrate something. I can't because I need Earth for that. I need a big object with a lot of gravity to demonstrate that. And
you can't.
Sorry, CB, before you continue,
I can't demonstrate it to you.
My friend, do apologise. You have that object. You're on the Earth all the time. And what we don't observe, hold on, haven't finished. What we don't observe is gas being attracted to that mass.
Yes,
you understand. Hold on, you understand that, right? And I've got to put my nighttime voice on, so I don't want to speak.
Just, I don't want to do.
My God,
it's the same with water. If you
hold on, Torben. I think Jedi's trying to get a point in. I don't want to have to mute your microphone for you. If you can control your own microphone, that would be great. But sure. I don't want to have to like.
Tell me when.
So Jedi, if you could finish, and then maybe Torben, you can respond once he's finished.
See, the thing is that you said that you can't do this because you'd have to make something as big as the Earth. Well, that's kind of what we're pointing at. You're on the Earth, and the gas doesn't act in the way that you want it to, because the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions and not being pulled to the mass of the Earth. So we can have a vacuum chamber, right, on the Earth, and we can impart gas into that vacuum chamber on the Earth, and the gas will freely disperse into that vacuum chamber and press on all walls of that container, upwards, outwards, and downwards. So even when you're on the Earth, it's not affecting the gas that you say that I need to make a big Earth to make the gas do what I want it to do. You're on the Earth, and observably, the gas isn't following your gravitational idea of just going down. Gravity's just dropping a rock and the rock goes down, right? I uncontained gas from a tire or a balloon or a container, and the gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions. And when it's in that tire, balloon, football or container, the gas is pressing omnidirectionally 360 degrees around. So that's why footballs are shaped like spheres. So whilst you're on the Earth, the gas isn't acting the way that you want it to. You understand that, right? Here on the Earth, where you've got all the gravity that you need, it's not affecting gas.
I see the point you're making. I think I could demonstrate the contrary, because if you go up onto a high mountain, you can see there's less air up there, so it clearly demonstrates it.
No. So that's a gas pressure gradient. That's not gravity affecting gas as it goes down like a rock. That's a gas pressure gradient. To have a gas pressure gradient, first of all, you must have gas pressure. That'll be gas inside a container, so the gas can achieve pressure by pushing on the outside, pushing on the container walls, right? And then you impart energy into the system. Or you also put it into a production cycle, as in, here's where the gas produced, it goes through a cycle, goes up and come back down again. The water cycle, the carbon cycle, the nitrogen cycle, the biological and chemical cycles that happen here on the Earth. See, that's where the gas is made, within and on the surface of the Earth. Its first instance is to move away from that mass you say is attracting it to it. So observably, the gas isn't affected by the very big thing that's underneath it, you claim it to be the Earth. I don't care how high you get, you're just going to point out gas pressure. I go up to the top of the mountain, there's less gas pressure up here. Awesome, you said the word pressure. You understand the necessary antecedent for pressure is the container. You have the consequent of gas pressure, therefore there must be a container. If you want a gas pressure gradient, that's energy in the system, sunshine.
I don't think there need to be a container because of gravity, but if you could move on to a few questions.
That's not a problem at all, but you will realise this, that first of all, you don't have an observation of gravity acting on gas, which I've tried to point out to you for the last 2 minutes, but then what you're going to have to do is go and get a scientific experiment that proves only gravitational idea that you're talking about and come back here in 5 years and realise you haven't got one. But I tell you what, I've given you gravity. There you go, mate. It exists. It's observably not affecting gas. Gravity's just a vector downwards when you drop a rock. Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions. So scientifically, you don't even have an observed phenomena to ask what caused that to happen.
Yeah, with your example, if you have the small box and put a vacuum in it and a little bit of air in it, there would be less pressure at the top and more pressure at the bottom too. But if you only do it with a little bit of air, might be really hard to stop that.
But you would, you would need to do that without the box, Torben. The box would be the container. But I wanted to address something quickly. Because we're saying that you need the container, you're saying you don't. So if I were to take you outside and point at the sky and say, well, look, there's the container. It has to be there. Well, you probably wouldn't accept that, would you, Torben? So in the same way, like when you go up on your mountain and point to the sky and say, well, see, it's open. Don't need a container. That's not very acceptable as well. So I just wanted to point that out and let you know that, make sure you don't have any double standards here. You probably wouldn't accept us pointing at the sky and saying, well, look, there has to be a container because look. You probably wouldn't accept that.
The pressure thing without the container is pretty much impossible to you.
The main thing is that the third question was answered. He said he can't demonstrate it. So
yeah, I can demonstrate it without
we've reached the conclusion of the 3 points. We've reached the conclusion of the 3 points.
Great. Then if I could ask you a few questions, that would be great. How would you expect?
Only to make a conclusion about 3 points. That means the 3 things what is very, 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 very important to be to the spherical. It's a curvature of the Earth. You don't know the question. The second one, you believe that is spherical. The second one is rotation. You don't know who proved it. That means that you believe that it's proved. And the third one, that gas pressure that we have this next to the vacuum of space, you believe that it's proved. Now we can say that you believe that Earth is sphere, but you for sure don't know, and you can now ask the questions. Yeah.
Okay. And I would just say, on the last point, it's not a lack of ability. We don't have the ability to do it. So, what we're saying is it's a violation of natural law. It's impossible to do what you're claiming. Not to attack you or anything, because you were right in stating what the claim is, that gravity contains the gas, but that is impossible, is what we're saying. So.
Yeah. Do you know that I said we will ask 3 questions, and that these are 3 very important questions, and it's nothing to catch you. It's only to understand you, that you believe in that you in this moment you don't know, but you still believe there is our answers. It must be only that point. Now you can ask all questions.
For example, with I'm sure you know about the questions. I'm sure a lot of people bring that up. But with ships, if they go over the horizon, why is it that the lower parts of the ship disappear first, and the last thing I can see is the upper part of the ship?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that curvature?
You know why that is? If that was the case, why doesn't you see any curvature at left and right on that horizon?
No, that's just not answering his question, Miguel. I'm sorry. To be fair, right? We asked him 3 questions. It's you just answered with another question. Is that fair to say, Miguel?
Okay.
No, I understand the point he's trying to make, but I think it's the same if I have
No. It's okay. It doesn't matter. The answer to your question is because of the angle between the ground and the boat.
would you elaborate further? What do you mean by that?
Angular resolution limit, depending on an object or an object against another object. An object in free space like a balloon, or an object against another object like two people standing together.
Let me say this too quickly. Let's take a look at our worldviews side by side. We're both standing at the beach, shoulder to shoulder, and you see the boat, quote unquote, going down, and I see
bullet. What's wrong with that answer? Just because he doesn't understand it doesn't mean. I mean, that's the shortest possible answer, and it's actually very true.
Yeah, just something about angles that doesn't really explain it for me.
Yeah, it does. Like here's an example from the past. Shout out to Jedi.
All right, okay, dude.
If you have a brick on the floor, you can see it, right?
The brick, yeah.
Okay. At some point, if you take that brick out into the distance, you won't be able to see it, right?
Yes.
What about if I built a tower on top of that brick? Would you be able to see the tower?
If it's big enough.
Right. But the bricks that began on the first layer, you still wouldn't be able to see it because it was too far before you built the tower, right?
If there's like a large open plain like water, then I would like only see the bricks at the top.
Yeah, there you go. So you do understand.
No, I would only see the bricks at the top because of the curvature of the earth.
No, if you put a brick out, into the distance, you don't see it, not because of the curvature of the earth, but because it's too far. Okay, let me ask you this: if there's a fly in front of your face, you can see it.
A fly? Yes.
Mm-hmm. If it's 2 blocks away, can you see it?
No, it's really small. My eyes aren't that good.
Why can't? Oh, you can't resolve the angle, right? Okay, great. That's what I mean.
The resolution of my eyes is just not good enough to see a fly from far away.
Yeah, that's the point. And the limited angle between the brick and the ground is also too small of an angle for your eye to resolve. So you do understand.
What has that to do with an angle?
Yeah, but Corbin, what's blocking the fly? Nothing's blocking the fly.
Wait. What do you mean? Okay, if you're standing in front of a tall building, you have to careen your neck or look up, right?
Yes.
Okay, is your neck at the same angle the further away from the building that you get?
Definitely not.
So there's a difference in angle, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's going to be a limit to that angle the further you get out. That's you do understand.
Like at a certain distance, there's no angle anymore. There's like if I'm far enough away, I'm just looking straight.
So you're telling me that there isn't a line from the ground up to an object, the object, and then up to the top of the object. That's not a thing?
The angle is irrelevant. If there's a skyscraper and I'm standing far away, I'm looking straight. The same with ships. I'm looking straight and I only see the upper part of the ship.
Go ahead. Creation Bear. Go ahead, Creation Bear. I don't care. I'm only giving gold to people who will accept it. I don't care. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. Then let's go on to my second question. The moon.
Wait, Torben.
Okay.
I want to make sure your questions are valuable to you. So if you actually care about the answer, I mean, do you not care about the answer? Do you want to move on?
The answer is just about angles, but angles are irrelevant. I'm basically looking straight. I'm basically looking at a 90-degree angle.
Cool. Well, would you? If you want the answer, I mean, I wouldn't say that's the only answer, even though it's a very good answer and it should answer your question. But if it's not clicking with you, we can give you another answer if it actually matters to you. But if it doesn't matter to you,
you mean by another answer, there should be only one answer to that question. And
I don't think so. I think there's a couple ways to address it, especially if it's not clicking for you. So I just want to make sure that your questions are meaningful to you, because if you're just going to move on to another question that doesn't matter to you and you don't care about the answer, then what are we doing? So
yeah,
I'd like to address your first question if I could. And I want to see the PIEC. I know you just got checked in. I'm going to want to mute up. Looks like you got an open mic there.
Sorry, I wanted to ask something.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Can you give it a moment? Well, while these guys,
sure.
Ask your question and then we'll come back to it as Creation Bear and the other guy wraps up. But ask it real quick, just so we have it in the back of our minds.
To understand. I'm sorry. I'm really talking. I'm new to the conversation, so I want to know what you think that is.
Was he breaking up for you guys, or?
Yeah. Do you have a question or not?
Catch it.
You can also type it in the chat if we're not hearing you. Okay, but
Hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, wait. Let me change my mic.
It seems to be working now. Go ahead with your question.
So I wanted to ask, why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Okay, Sasha will be pleased. Yeah, we'll get back to that, guys. If you want to think of your answer, we'll get back to that in just a moment. Is that all right? Peace.
That's a beautiful question.
Cool. All right. Well, Torben.
Sasha's mad. He's like, finally, after 1,000 years, someone.
Sasha, if you're there, you can get first dibs on that question. All right, Torben.
No. I want to also say you need to continue with this guy, but for this guy, it's good. He can ask the same question if he wants. Only that, nothing else.
Yeah, this is simple, man. I mean, this is like jumping back in a time capsule, and we're going back to 2015. This is like early level stuff. It's pretty easy. But Torben, let's just take a look at side by side at what we both think when we're standing at the beach and we're watching the ship do what it does. You think that, and this is no offense at all, this is not a personal attack or anything, but you think that the water is essentially bulged up, it's curved into a hill, a mound, curve, whatever you want to call it. Essentially, you're saying that the water is curved, so the boat is going over this hill of water, and now it's being blocked. The bottom of it is being blocked by this hump of water. Okay. We're just saying that that's not happening. The water, we're simply saying water doesn't do the whole curvature hill mound thing, and the boat's just going away from you.
Then look at the water droplet on the leaf. There's curved water right there.
Sure. But if you understand, we're talking about bodies of water. Surely, you when we talk about bodies of water, that's something you could put your body in. So something big enough, like maybe a bathtub or a swimming pool, or you go into nature, things like ponds or lakes or oceans. They don't have the same behavior as small examples of water. You can put water in a container that's maybe 2 inches in diameter or maybe smaller, and you'll get a meniscus. And so the behavior of water in small examples isn't representative of water in bodies of water. So that's what we're talking about, bodies of water. Ships don't go over droplets of water, do they? The claim is that ships go over the ocean, and the claim is that the ocean is curved, essentially like a big hump. Exactly. So that's the claim. So bringing up water droplets is a bit irrelevant. It's probably even worse than you were saying that angles in terms of angular resolution was irrelevant. This is even far worse off the reservation. So we're talking about bodies of water, and the nature of water is the same in all bodies of water. It's not convex. It's not curved up like a hill or a drop. It's level. It lays smooth, flat. So that's what we're saying. You just have to take a look at our two ideas side by side. You think water forms into a hill. We don't. So for the audience out there listening, you take your pick, because we don't see hills of water. So
because they're really, really big. Like, you can't see the curvature of the water easily, but you can see it because of the ships.
Well, no, because water just doesn't do that, period. If it does,
you can see it. You can see it that because of the ships, that clearly suggest that there's a bulge of water, that the water isn't straight.
I wouldn't say that. May I?
Logical fallacy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, see, this is one of the reasons why most of us flat earthers are here in the first place. Because we thought that we could see that object because the curve of the earth was in the way. Right? You can't see the bottom of the boat because the horizon, physical earth curve is the thing that's blocking your view from the boat. But that's making a claim to the horizon being the physical curvature of the earth, which then must mean that it must be and only be in the mathematical predicted value of where it should be, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You see, the thing is, with lots more investigation, we've discovered that the horizon isn't in its physical geometric location, and maths I just stated. It's in fact an optical phenomena. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and your technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, then the horizon will appear to move around. So the reason why you, me, and everybody else can't see the bottoms of objects at distance over water is because of perspective and optical phenomena. It's not because of the curvature of the Earth, because the horizon has been viewed well beyond the restricted value of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we can show that to you. If somebody could post the image of the black swan for me in the live stream voice text, we'll go over it right now, because the horizon is not where the maths dictates it should be if we're on a ball with a radius value of 3,959 miles, sir.
And what's really important about that, I'm glad you brought that up, Jedi, is that our friend Torben did say that the globe has predictive capabilities. So one of those would be this geometric horizon claim that it requires the horizon to be at a certain distance at a certain height off the ground. So what Jedi is about to take you through is an example of this geometric claim that you kind of reference, that the globe has predictive capabilities. So let's take a look at one of those predictions.
So one of those, my friend Torben, are you in the live stream voice text? And when you are, can you tell me when you see the observation or the picture of the two oil rigs, please?
Yeah, I'm in the live stream voice text.
You see the oil rigs, yeah?
Yes.
Good. All right, so this is an observation taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water. This is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you wish, not a problem. Now, according to the mathematics of the ball, with a radius of 3,959 miles, the physical geometric horizon must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'll go through that maths for you. We start with the observer's height in feet. The observer's at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth. Square root of 1 is 1. Brilliant. So we've got 1 times 1.225. Quite easy to understand that equates to 1.225. So for this observer with that camera at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles. You see, the oil rigs, the reason why the oil rigs are there is because they're at known distances. They're static oil rigs. They don't go anywhere. From this observer's position, one oil rig is just beyond 6 miles, and the oil rig on the left is just beyond 9 miles. In reference to these two oil rigs, my friend, can you tell me where the horizon appears to be? For example, does the horizon appear before the two oil rigs? Is the horizon between, beyond, or in front of the two oil rigs? Where's the horizon appear to be, my friend?
Yeah, with all of these math stuff, I would prefer to not go over that. I've watched a few videos about flat Earth already, and by flat Earth people, and by people who are against flat Earth. I'll let you go on for a minute. With all of the math stuff and the numbers, it's basically I have to trust all of the numbers from the videos that claim
You're not answering the question.
The other horizon appears to be
my friend. Shush. Very quickly. You understand that we're using the mathematics associated with a sphere. It's a geometric function. We know the size of that ball. You will agree to the size of that ball as well. It's the Earth, right? It's got a radius value of 3,959 miles. Awesome. It's just a geometric function. Now, we'll have this as a good faith argument. If all the things that I'm saying are true, will you answer the question, where's the horizon appear to be with regards to the two oil rigs?
That looks like it's behind it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a bit of a problem because for the mass that's associated with the ball and the altitude of the observer, the horizon must be at 1.2 miles. If it's to cause physical obstruction, like you said, I can't see the bottom of the boat, that's a claim to the horizon being physical, right? If it was physical, it would be where the maths dictates, 1.2 miles away. Now, we can clearly see the horizon is beyond the two oil rigs, and the oil rig on the left-hand side has got a distance marker of just beyond 9 miles. So we can safely say the horizon appears to be about 10 miles away. It could be 15, it could be 20. But the point is, if you go back on a different day, take an observation of these oil rigs, the horizon will appear in front of the oil rigs. You go back on a different day, the horizon will appear between the two oil rigs. The point to this is the horizon moves. Now, if it's physical, it's not going to move, is it? If it's physical, then it has to be where the mathematics dictates for you to make the claim that I can't see the bottom of that boat because the physical curve of the Earth is in the way. I've just asserted to you that that horizon isn't physical, and you understand now, with this observation, that it's beyond its physical geometric limitations. You understand that point, right?
Sorry, can I say something?
As I told you, I don't want to get into all of the math stuff, and on to my next question. That's possible.
Well, we can get to that in a second. I think Peace wants to chime in. But Torben, just so you know, essentially it's like if you told us that you were 6 foot tall, and we're like, okay, well, we're going to test that claim. There better be 72 inches there. And you're like, oh, I'm not sure if I agree with that. It's like, bro, this is this is the claim that you know you're like, you agree with this claim. So when it comes to these numbers, it's not flat earther math or anything like that. It's this claim size of the globe. So if you believe in the globe, this is the size you believe it to be. Just like if you know, whatever how tall you are, that's how tall you are. So if we're going to test how tall you are, you can't go, oh, well, you can't test that claim. Well, that's how tall you claim to be. So it doesn't matter if we're flat earthers or not. That's the claim on the table. So just want to help you understand that this isn't like flat earther math. Doesn't matter who says 2 + 2 is 4. It's still 4. So, Peace, did you want to chime in?
I just wanted to say, like, 9 miles is like a flat line. If we combine all of the Earth, like
wait,
miles.
Wait, real quick, because we're I might have to go over the math with you one more time, because if you were listening closely, Jedi pointed out that the claim is that the curve starts at 1.22 miles at 1 foot off the surface. So 9 miles is that's pushing the goalpost back quite a bit.
Yeah, but I never said it's 1.22
well,
miles.
Here's the thing, brother. We're not waiting for you to say it. As I was pointing out with Torben, that's the claim on the table. So if you're claimed, let's say I was giving him the example of his height. So, Peace, if you're 6 foot, there has to be 72 inches there, or that claim is false.
Yes.
So it's like we're not waiting for you to claim that, oh, there must be 72 inches. If you're 6 foot, there has to be 72 inches. So if the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the curve has to be 1.22 based off of a math. So we're not waiting around for you to make the claim, my friend.
Okay, but that's why I asked, why do you believe the Earth is flat? Because I wanted to know what do you believe in.
Well, like, it's really important to understand why we're going through these numbers, because I don't think you get to flat Earth, you just skip there. I think step 1 is you need to know what the globe claims are so that you can, step 2, test them. And that's exactly what Jedi is teaching you right now. Is step 1, what are the globe claims? Well, it's the P statement in this modus tollens. If the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. So that's the claim that you go and test. It's just like if, Peace, you said you were 6 foot and we met up with you in person, we go, okay, well then there must be 72 inches there when I go to measure you. And if there aren't, then the claim that you were 6 foot is false, debunked.
You're right.
So that leaves you with perhaps your flat Earth. Once you go out and test the globe claim and you go, well, it's not really there, you're kind of left with no other option
But we can go into that a little bit more specifically. But wasn't sure if our friends here were done with the Black Swan.
Yeah, sure, but I need more evidence.
Okay,
that's fine.
That is just one evidence.
Sure,
and that's all right.
But it's also by the globe radius, though, right? So what more do you actually need? And on the flip side, what evidence do you actually have for the globe that you already believe in? It doesn't seem like you need any for that, but we're showing you something that would preclude the possibility of the globe existing, and you say you need more than that. And I don't know what you could possibly have after that for the globe, so seems like a double standard.
I mean, because it's like a perspective.
Oh,
and I just...
Do you want a nail in the coffin? Do you want me to put a nail in the coffin, mate?
Yeah, sure.
No problem. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you'll understand a triangle is 3 straight lines that meet at 3 corners where the 3 interior angles can be measured with an angle measuring device and added together to reach 180 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines within your triangle is bent or curved? If you put your protractor down on it, can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved?
No.
Awesome. Do you know what celestial navigation is, or navigating by the stars? Have you ever heard of that before?
You mean like knowing where you are in the world by looking at the stars?
Yes, exactly that. So for hundreds of years, sailors have used angle measuring devices known as sextants to measure elevation angles to stars at known times of years. Now, within celestial navigation, what we basically use is a right angle triangle. The 3 corners of that triangle are made by you with the sextant, the star that you are looking at, and the ground position of that star. Those are the 3 points, and you will have 3 straight lines between those 3 points. Understanding that beneath the star is a ground position of that star, and the angle of that ground position of the star is 90 degrees. Now, that ground position of the star can be beyond the horizon up to a distance of 3,000 miles in the case of Polaris, for example. And you will understand that to measure an angle up to that star we're going to call Polaris, you must have a straight horizontal baseline. That straight horizontal baseline comes from the GP of the star to your ground position with the sextant. That line is straight. Now, if the Earth was a curved surface, that line would be bent, which would mean that you would not have a 90-degree ground position underneath the star, and you most definitely wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up to that star, because the horizontal baseline, the Earth, would be a curved surface. And you understand as well as I do, my friend, that you can't measure an angle with a curved line. That curved line will interrupt your ability to measure 2 of those angles. You also have to understand as well that every single star in the night sky has a ground position of 90 degrees to you. Now, we understand you can't have one 90-degree angle on a curved surface, let alone hundreds of thousands, right? So navigating with the stars requires the Earth to be a level, flat, horizontal baseline for me, you and everybody else to get elevation angles up to stars, and for ground positions of stars to always be at 90 degrees. To navigate across the Earth with a sextant, the Earth is required to be flat, my friend.
Yeah, sure. So why people say that Earth is not flat?
Because people have been told since the moment that they were born that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
I think there are like a few other observations.
Yeah, there's lots of other explanations, mate. Things that you see on TV, things associated with the heliocentric model, a reason why sunsets exist within the heliocentric model, and the predicted values of maybe what the moon does at known times of years. People believe that this can only happen on a spinning ball. But I'll tell you this right now. The waters that we observed are level. They are measured level. We did that earlier with the 2 oil rigs. And to practically navigate across the Earth, you require an angle measuring device. Because you know when you're in an airplane or a ship at sea, they got GPS and stuff. When all of that fails, your captain's going to pull out a sextant so he knows his location on the Earth when your life depends on it.
Sorry, I've got limited time left, so if you could let me speak for a few minutes without interrupting to bring up my last few points, so we get through that all. That would be first of all, I want to thank you, our friendly everyone here has been. It's been really nice because I know people are typically really harsh towards flat earthers, so it's nice or welcoming and nice everyone here is. But a few points. Thank you. I wanted to bring up the moon. Wherever you're on the Earth, you see the same face of the moon, just upside down. That wouldn't be possible without on a flat surface. And of course the ship thing. And my main point, basically, let me finish that for a second. Best proof for the globe would be that it would be such a huge undertaking to convince so many people and to fake so much evidence. So many people would need to be in on it that it's basically
category
really unrealistic, especially because people wouldn't gain anything from convincing people of the wrong shape of the Earth. There's not
blind assertion.
Appeal to motivation.
They gained you.
Incredulity.
Continue.
Come again?
Yeah, so we got a question begging fallacy, a category error, an appeal to motivation. So a bunch of fallacies. Are you done?
That would be my main point. The moon, it's not possible to see the same moon. It wouldn't be possible of the moon on a sphere to see the same moon from wherever you are, just upside down. And it would make no sense to invest so many resources in convincing people of flat Earth, round Earth.
Sociological argument.
Appeal to authority. Appeal to motivation.
It's also a sociological argument, so it's a category error because the claim is a geometric one. So your argument should be based in geometry, not in what you think people will do or won't do or can't do.
Torben, do you remember me? We started with the 3 questions.
They're irrelevant for my points.
Yeah, I will tell you my point. That's good. You said what you said. Great. Moon, you can continue believe that moon it has something to do with the shape of the earth. Nobody wants to convince you. There is an ocean. You can go outside and check it if it's real or not. That's what we are saying. Nothing else. That's my point.
Yep. So thank you, Sasha. It's been shown quite eloquently by everyone here, and very quite to the point, Torben, that you have a blind belief. You admitted it yourself. We don't have a belief. We don't think Earth is flat.
You're
interrupting me. Stop interrupting. Listen, I wasn't done. So you've presented to us that you have a blind religious zealotry belief in this globe. You interrupted me again. Stop. So you have a blind zealotrous belief in this globe Earth, which you've shown to us that you have no knowledge of at all. Wait. You have a religious belief, a fervor for this globe with no evidence. We have tested the levelness of Earth over water. We don't have a belief. Measurement is not a belief. Testing is not a belief. We have absolute data, empirical, repeatable data. You have none of this. You have a religion. We don't. That was proven in the 3 points. Thanks for being honest. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, so, sir, do you have any geometric justification for the geometric claim of a globe Earth?
I don't need to. I brought up enough points that prove it.
You don't need to, so that'll be a no.
There is geometric evidence, it has been proven by many people. I don't know all of the proofs from the top of my head.
Your Honor.
One question I wanted to ask you is about the motor.
No, hold on. Before you scattergun on to the next thing, hold on. You just said, no, I don't have any geometric proof for the globe. But then you said, well, yeah, many people have done it. So which one is it?
I just brought up a few points that suggest around Earth.
But we called out the fallacies in those, and there were category errors there too. You're appealing to motivation. You're trying to mind read people and stuff like that. You're in the wrong category. You need to provide geometric justification. I told you already what I meant. It's a geometric argument, right? So there should be a geometric proof for it, right? Not all these sociological claims about what NASA would do or what people can get away with lying about, etc. That has nothing to do with the actual claim.
I think it's just the best counter argument. Just the best counter argument for flat Earth that it would be just huge undertaking.
It's not because it's a category error.
There's nothing that can be gained from convincing people.
Well, that's false because they gained you.
And it's irrelevant anyway, though. What you think somebody could or could not gain from it is irrelevant, like I'm trying to tell you, because the globe is a geometric argument, and you're not making a geometric argument. You're just trying to divine people's motives. It's got nothing to do with your actual claim. So when are you going to get to your claim?
You got to get in the mindset of a court setting. You're the lawyer for your representative, the globe. So saying things like, well, Your Honor, I just can't fathom why my client would lie. They would have nothing to gain, Your Honor. It's not making a strong case for why you're supposed to win the case. So I just want you to get in the mindset of, like, you need to be as if you're presenting evidence to a judge or the jury. Well, here, Judge, I think it's a globe because of X, Y, and Z, and here's why I think that. Not, well, Your Honor, the defendant just wouldn't believe me. That's why you should believe me. It's like that doesn't work that way. It's not how you make a strong case for your side. So just keep that in mind.
I think it would be the best argument because there's no motivation for all of science to have a conspiracy.
It's not an argument.
I have other points too, like
hold on, we got to address this. It's not an argument. So if you're in a court setting and you go, I just can't possibly think of a motive, so what? It's all about the evidence at that point. The motive, you can make a clean-cut conviction based off of evidence, and you don't even need any motive whatsoever. So you sitting there and thinking, like, well, I just can't think of a motive means literally nothing.
Yeah, it's like if you want to make an argument for what shape something is, you don't go, oh, well, all these people said so, and I can't see any reason why they would lie or not be right or whatever, so that must be what it is. No, you just go and measure it and demonstrate empirically and directly that it is the shape that you say it is. So you're in the category error. You're making the wrong type of argument for the claim that you have. Please try to address this.
And here's a quick clip from, someone, an authority, when they're asking about motive. Hey, what's the motive for this? Here's his answer.
We currently don't truly understand the why. As far as motivation and any type of relationship, we don't know. But the investigators are keeping all options open.
So here's the issue: is that folks like our friend Torben here, and this isn't a personal attack, but like, it's almost like you guys would make horrible investigators if you arrive to a crime scene and there's a dead body, there's blood, there's a camera over there, there's bullet shells, and you go, well, I just can't fathom why this would have happened. You're not a very good investigator if you ignore the evidence.
Exactly, and an investigator would consider possible motives in the hope that it would lead them to clues or to evidence. That would then solidify the charge.
And just as a quick aside, when you've made up your mind that there's no way that you can be lied to, guess what that makes you? The easiest kind of person to lie to.
Exactly. Yeah. And so you ask, what do they gain? Ding, 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 Heretic just answered it for you. They gained you. They got you loyally and blindly defending for something that you admitted to the whole panel. No offense, you told Sasha, no, I don't know how they measured curve. No, I don't know how rotation was measured. No, I can't prove gas pressure without a container. So they gain you, a blind believer, a blind follower, and you don't even know. So that sounds good to me. If I could gain a bunch of blind believers and they don't even know what they're defending, I'll take that all day. So that's worth. I think that's worth a lot. If you really need something to chew on, they got you, my brother. They got you.
I would stop muting my microphone, and they gain nothing from me. I'm not like supporting anything with anything, and I don't need a motivation to claim that.
Wait, you are supporting a thing, and they didn't have to ask you, so you are supporting.
Yeah, they own your worldview.
You're supporting a thing too. I believe the Earth is round because of observations. You believe the contrary, and that's it. There's no group I'm supporting with that.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but I would say the issue is that you don't know what the contrary is, Torben. I think that was one of the first things I asked you. Was like, well, can you present to me this not flat Earth you're talking about? And you're like, well, I don't really know what it is. So I would challenge that.
And why I believe.
It's all right. He keeps reiterating.
I want to know that he repeat, Tony. Why I believe? Does he know?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, let's talk about the shape of the moon, for example. How would you explain
it? That doesn't matter because I asked why I believe.
Why do I believe the Earth is round? Because I think all the evidence points towards it.
Not why I believe that. No, why I believe that Earth is not around.
Why you believe that?
Yeah, why? You know?
Yeah, I've heard your arguments about it, and I think they're wrong.
They're wrong. Are you saying that the flatness of one, the flatness of the one reality things like water, like the ocean, the flatness of that flatness I cannot call flat. How will I call it? The 10 miles of flatness. How I will call it?
Oh, he would call it a hill of water.
Toble, how I will call it 10 miles of flatness?
You should have said that.
At this point, he's just being intellectually dishonest and not trying to progress anything forward.
Like it if you could explain the moon thing, for example. I keep bringing up.
I'm asking you very simple. I'm asking you a very simple question. How I will call 10 miles of flatness?
Flat plane.
Huh?
I can show you flat plane. If then, why should I think that something is curving because there is 10 miles flatness?
The Earth is really, really big. There are huge flat areas.
How big it is? How big it is?
I don't know the exact number from the top of my head.
Oh my gosh!
It's totally irrelevant to my arguments.
That means that you don't know how big it is.
You don't know what to expect from the geometry then, so you don't even know what you'd be looking for to tell whether it's a globe. So you are you are the least suited person here for the argument that you're trying to make.
Yeah,
of course, because you don't know now what I'm speaking. That 10 miles of flatness. What that mean? It's flat, yeah, but you said it's big. But I'm saying, yeah, it is big because I compare that 10 miles with that the size what they're saying, and there should not be that 10 miles of flatness. Do you get that?
I think he might need a little break, but yeah, I mean, he's I might be in his fifis at the moment.
Yeah. So if he doesn't know,
the other person.
Hold on a second. We'll be right with you, Peace. Well, if he doesn't know, like the radius, okay, does he know any part or piece of this geometric claim, such as, okay, maybe people don't have the radius memorized, but there would be a reference somewhere in your mind. If you're here representing said globe, you would know at the surface what the consequences are. So, for instance, how much elevation drop on your globe would there be in the 10 miles? Because you would have to know this if you're trying to refute that, or if you're trying to show the opposite of what we're saying. You would have the numbers as far as on the surface elevation drop, right? Do you have that? Okay, no, it's a loaded question because I know you don't, because you don't know anything about the globe you're here trying to defend, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm pretty sure it was us that spoke, Torben, about the height, right? How if you claim to be 6 foot, then there has to be a certain amount of inches there.
So we are. It's kind of weird. This might be why we need to take a break and go on to someone else, because we did already cover that there's a specific quote unquote height claim when it comes to the Earth. It's not claimed to be vaguely big or just so big. It has a very specific number. Just like when it comes to your height, you're not big, medium, small. You're a specific height, like 6 foot, that you can test. So I don't know why we're going backwards. Like, oh no, the Earth is just so big, when we already covered how big specifically and how, like what the numbers would break down to. Just like if you're 6 foot, you would break down to 72 inches have to be there for that claim to be true. So,
CP, but look at this position. He said that he believed in authorities and everything. Okay, great. I believe in nature. Now, he can tell other people, if he wants to speak about flat earthers, that there is a flat earther who believes there is no drop over distance, and that it is a main point. The drop over distance was every sphere should to have, if you know the geometry. That's why we are flat earthers. We cannot find the drop over distance. And if you go in your life, tell these people, other globe people, we are saying only this, there is no drop over distance in reality, and you can check it for yourself and nobody can convince you. That's all.
Right, yeah. He's supposed to be arguing for how he knows it's a sphere rather than why it looks flat. He's arguing for the fact that it looks flat, right, which is contradictory to his belief system, which is just based on argument from incredulity.
Mm-hmm. What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Octon Weasel.
Oh, okay.
How you assuming correctly?
Well, that's a thing. I mean,
yeah, that's my question.
Trust, right?
How you can assume correctly?
Well, they seem to have a lot of smart people behind them, and there's a lot of them.
They use the telescope. Let's do it today. Let's point to Venus with the telescope and tell me the size. Assume correctly, like they did it.
What do you have more than just a telescope?
What do you have that shows that they're pretty smart people? What are you using to back? You must have a reference. If you're saying they're smart people, they're intelligent, and they can do these things. What are you using as a reference for that?
Well, if you
what did they do that? What did they do that's intelligent? Oh, they do. Do you have proof that? Do you have proof that? Hold on. Do you have proof? Wait, you keep going. Do you have proof of their degrees?
I'm pretty sure usually whenever they write a paper and stuff, they usually write down like what schools they went to, what PhDs they
Okay, so just present one then.
Sonny, but you need to say
wait, wait, Sasha. I just asked him a question. So just present one then. Thank you.
I'm a little busy right now.
Okay, you're busy right now. You can't present the thing. You can't present the thing that you're claiming you're using as the backing for your claim.
No, you know they've written papers, dude.
You can't validate your claim, and now you're too busy to get the reference.
Dude,
well, you know that we all read research papers, and they always say like what schools they went to and stuff like that, like PhD.
Blah blah blah.
Octar, how many studies and how many years I need to study to assume the size of Venus?
Well, you don't. I mean, the good thing is we have all the information right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you how they made information, how they made the math. They assumed the size of the Venus. Now I'm asking you, how much smart? What shall I do? Which studies I need to do to assume that Venus is the same size like Earth?
Well, I'm not that smart. That's why I trust them, and I don't want to do that field of work.
Okay, okay, I can do that for you. I am saying that Venus is not the same size like the Earth. The Venus is double size.
Okay.
The Moon, it's not 400 times. It's 800 times far away. Okay. We need to know the size of the Earth. The distance, the Sun, it's not 93 million miles away. It's 186 million miles away.
He's going double up.
Yeah, and it's working.
I might go in a minute. Oh, let me just get something.
And it's working with the same radius. Only I need to change the speed because of the orbital speed. It's not 66,000 miles per hour. It's 122,000 miles per hour. You know,
I was just going to say there's a million reasons why firing light at the sun and expecting anything back is wrong. By the way, sorry, Sasha, you cutting out, or is it just me?
Sorry, I want to now ask him: do you believe in smart people assumption or my stupid assumption? But my stupid assumption is also working with the numbers. To tell you, the same it's working the same like that smart one.
I trust NASA. I will trust their figures.
Why you don't trust me? Because I assume better. I'm in 2033. I have better telescope, and Venus is not the same size like Earth. Venus is double size.
Well, because one person is a lot easier to lie than like a whole like agency.
Well, just wait. 1 sec. First of all, we don't think that. You know what? I remember years ago, that was one of the little CogDis things that comforted me, because I was like, no, it's too big a thing. It's way too big a thing. But there's such a thing as compartmentalization, sir. You know this. Need to know. We don't think they're all bloody lying. Jesus, only a select few.
Oh, right, but I said it. No, I said it's for one person. It's a.
Let me just address something you said earlier. You said they fired light at the sun and they know that's how they know how far it is. They certainly didn't, because it's a black body problem. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, I heard it last night when I was like half paying attention. Something black body problem or something.
They're not firing light at that. I promise you.
Seems like you're always paying only half attention. That's what you do all the time, I guess.
Well, I mean, I told you I don't really care about this too much anymore. I did.
I know you don't.
I've been here since 2016. I mean, damn, how much more do I have to do? I'm just
because you think you believe them. You believe you trust them. No, you believe them because it's not affecting your life according to your own perspective at this time. That's the only reason you still believe them. You have no reason not to. You must be pretty comfortable. So you don't have to. So you can come in here like lukewarm, just bullshit. It's just a bunch of crap. You're dishonest about. It's not being dishonest. I wasn't even done. So it's not being dishonest to us. We could care less about that. You're being dishonest to yourself, and we're just pointing it out right now.
He's not though. You guys are being like I think this is kind of cringe, to be honest. It started off really. You guys. It started off really chill. It was just me and Octane. He had said like, "Wow, the live stream's super chill." I said, "It's always chill." And he goes. He laughed. He giggled about it. He goes, "Maybe because everyone's just the 4th of July weekend and everyone's being chill." And suddenly, it's not chill. All of a sudden, he told you right from the front loaded. Yeah, but you like why? What's the point of asking him to provide papers, to provide citations? He front-loaded those answers. He said he doesn't really care. He's in his worldview, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay? Inside his worldview, he doesn't really trust government, but sees NASA as like a turd blossom. Like a flower growing out of a cow patch.
Yeah.
He sees government as... I get it. That makes sense. Not everything is black and white. He sees these multiple shades of gray in his world. He can see the full executive branch as nothing but violent, repressive thugs constantly breathing down your neck, but at least they do one thing that keeps them having faith that government will provide some answers for the future. Because they're doing something right. They're kind of doing this space program that, based off his very limited research, which was Google, that it seems to work. What's so hard about that? I mean, it's very easy to understand where he's coming from. When I first heard him talk, it didn't make sense to me. It made sense that he trusts and doesn't trust at the same time. But after he's added all these qualifiers, I don't know what's going on with your mic, Sonny. I mean, it is a hot mic like no one's business.
Yeah, he's like recording us or something.
No, I think it's Sonny, right?
Whose mic is it?
I think, is that Sonny?
Yes.
Look, Sonny, you're getting some massive feedback from the live stream going back into your microphone.
Okay, I apologize. I'll figure that out. I'll wear a set of headphones or something. I apologize. It's coming through my speakers, into the room. So.
I agree with you, Crit. We'll keep it chill. I would just like to ask Octane a question, because I was just listening on the YouTube before. So you're being pretty honest. You were saying it's not something that you can necessarily verify yourself, but you trust that some people have done it and they're telling the truth, right? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So do you know what an appeal to authority fallacy is?
Yes, I do, but not like every appeal to authority means it's a fallacy, right? There's some appeals we could make to authority that would be pretty legitimate, and there's others that are maybe less legitimate.
So you would define this authority as legitimate?
Yes, and that's just based on their track record, because that's what I value.
What track record do you mean?
you keep mentioning this track record. What does this mean, a track record? What does space government have a track record of doing?
Of being pretty trustworthy with what they find, with what they're discovering, with what they're trying to do.
But that's kind of circular because if we're questioning the truth of what they're claiming, to say, well, I can trust what they're claiming is true because I believe what they've said is true, is kind of circular because you can't actually verify their claims, can you? That's what you already said.
I'm right, but one way I can kind of verify is I can look at like other space agencies and see, well, what are they finding?
But you can't verify what they're finding or what they say they're finding either, though, can you?
Sure, yes, but there's a lot of space agencies that aren't necessarily working together, and they all seem to come to the same agreements, regardless of
none of that. But none of those agreements you can actually verify in terms of what they're claiming.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sure, 100%. I mean, that's why I said it's a trust thing. That's why I said it.
Right, right. Then this would mean it's not an authority. It's not an authority that you can say this is a trustworthy authority because I can verify what they've said in the past is true. Unlike maybe an authority of a local blacksmith, and you trust what he's done because you've gone and seen him do it and you've done it yourself. But this wouldn't be in that category because verify the things they're saying. So that would just be a regular appeal to authority logical fallacy, which is fine.
And I'll comment on that a little bit extra.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, just think of this as if you were in a court setting, Octane. There, like you said, there's a ways to appeal to authority. It almost like what Wolfgang said with the blacksmith. I was thinking, say you're in a court setting, you need to identify a body. You would appeal to maybe a coroner. Hey, we identified the teeth, so on and so forth. But in this example, it's almost like you're the lawyer and you're appealing to your client's quote unquote authority. Oh, well, my client has had a track record for many years. They've been trusted. They've got credentials. Like you can't appeal to your client's credentials or their authority when it's not the same as appealing to, like, say, the coroner to identify the teeth of the body that's actually at the crime scene. Appealing to make a case that's appealing to your client's authority isn't actually making a strong case. That's kind of what we're getting at. That's where it falls into the fallacy category.
Well, especially if admittedly the client has made many mistakes and killed people. And he said that, right? Octane said that. So, it's probably not a good appeal then.
I mean, they made mistakes.
And killed people.
And so
right, they've made mistakes and killed people, but I mean, that happened. I mean, that sadly happened, so that doesn't mean we just, get rid of the whole thing altogether. Because
lots of mistakes. A lot of people.
The point is the verification level, right? Because if you're going to use it as an authority to appeal to, which you're kind of boldly admitting that you do, that the globe belief that you have, because you admit it's a belief because it's not something you're verifying, is based on the word of this authority, which you can't verify the track record of. So it is kind of just like, well, yeah, I have this worldview that I believe in, and it is technically based on a logical fallacy, but that's okay. That's kind of what you're saying.
Or put it like this: you have evidence of a lie, but you will appeal to authority which is lying.
Or at least that you can't know if they're telling the truth. You just can't know.
There's probably some things that we can maybe verify. I mean, for example, the ISS, I think, is always a good one because we can see it.
Well, you can see a light in the sky, but does that mean that there's a Canadian inside it floating around in a monkey suit playing David Bowie songs?
Yeah, how do you verify that it's in the place they're saying, that it's not something else?
Because it looks like the ISS.
Can we see curvature from ISS?
Yeah, probably.
No, yeah, probably. I can see it. I watched this. Did you watch the stream of ISS any time? Because I watch it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, okay. There is a sphere, man. You can see it live.
Why do you think?
My question is this: if you can see the Earth spherical from the space, why is not spherical on the ground?
Because it's really big.
I know how big it is. That's why I'm asking why it's not spherical on the ground.
Because the Earth is really big.
I know how big it is. I'm telling you. Do you know?
Oh, do I know why we can't see the curve at the ground?
No, do you know how Earth is big? You said it's big, and I said I know that it's big. And because of that, because if it's big, there is no sphere on the ground. And you said, yeah, because it's big. I'm repeating, yes, I know it's big. But how big?
How big?
100 meter radius?
Yeah, so what's the radius? Okay.
Is it like